Said I made up my mind this time. I'm taking it over. Modest tranquility. Said I made up my mind this time. I'm taking it over. Access attempt detected. Unverified presence. Signal corrupted. Permission to the light, but something in the air was off to me. Their hands were stained, no purity. They spoke like truth was in their breath, but felt like something masked beneath. A contradiction I couldn't ignore, like something false behind a door. and denied. No access inside. I question the form, not just what's implied. Not everything dressed in light is divine. I read through the code, I redraw the line. Permission denied, I'm no longer blind. I don't give authority over my mind. You mimic the truth, but I see the design. No entry remains. This system is mine. I was the doorway, I was the key. Every illusion was feeding on me. Now I see it, now I decide what gets access and what gets denied. Permission denied. This ends tonight. No false disguise, no hidden right, no borrowed power, no parasite. I claim my ground, I hold my light. Permission denied. Forever sealed, no hidden truth left unrevealed. You had your chance, now disappear. No entry remains. You're not welcome here. Access revoked. System secured. Permission denied. You were never lacking. You were never broken. The lie was separation. They told you you were less. You walked the line, you didn't understand. Ground in truth before the fall of man. No hunger, no division in your veins. No knowledge carved in suffering or pain. But then the whisper split the silent sky. A subtle seed, a question wrapped in lie. Become like gods. The venom softly poured while blind to what you already were. He didn't give, he took away sight. Turned wholeness into hunger. Truth into a fight. You were already caught. Before the fracture, before the cost. No chains, no throne to climb above. You were already got. You were already free. No need for eyes to make you see. The lie was like the root, the seed. You were already didn't gain. You accepted limitation. The fruit was not power. It was perception fraction. You were already God's. Before the fraction, before the cost.
No chains, no throne to climb above.
You were already God's. You were already whole. No missing piece, no distant goal.
The lie was written in your doubt.
Now tear it out. Remember. Return. You were already. I faced the beast, I felt its claws, I've seen its feast. It whispers lies, it feeds on fear, but I stand strong, the path is clear. The shadows crawl, the weak may fall, deception spreads to choke us all. I won't be fooled, I won't comply, I raise my voice, I will not die. Rise from the ashes, break every chain. Truth is our weapon, fury our flame. The world may tremble, the night may scream, but we are stronger than what we've seen. I've beaten the base, I face the night. Now who stands with me to claim the fight? No more lies, no more deceit. We rise as one, our hearts won't retreat.
All right, everybody. Who stands with me? You're actually late, Shirley, but I ran over on the music because I needed a little bit of something to pump me up. I don't have one of those ghost drinks tonight. Cynthia says, oh, thank the gods. But I'm Jeffrey Daugherty, the Christian whistleblower, saluting you for being here, seeking after truth. Tonight, we're going to talk about birth certificates. It's been something that people have been requesting for a long time. It's something that I avoided. I had a lot of prejudices and preconceived notions. And tonight, I can honestly tell you that it's not what you think it is, no matter what you think it is. And I am convinced that tonight we are going to be unveiling and disclosing things that have never been disclosed before. I know that's a big statement, even in my now going on 13 years of YouTube, but hey, tonight we are going to tear it up. I got a lot to do. Hello to everybody in the chat. We're not going to mention anybody's name tonight. Please be patient tonight. Please be open-minded tonight. Do your best to set aside preconceived notions. Do your best to set aside cognitive dissonance and take the information for what it's worth and weigh it. And I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'm just here to try to get you to think. That's all we're doing. Please like, please share, please subscribe. It helps us out a lot. Before we dive in, I'm a new born-again believer in nanosoma. I've gone on my strict keto again. Nanosoma is amazing. So's focused life force energy. It sends you a high consciousness environment to your home and to your phone. They give you 2 weeks, a month, can't remember which, for free. Don't have to list a credit card. So go to realgospeltruth.org. You'll see the logos. Just pull down a little bit, and you can sign up for a free trial on Fluffy. You don't have to list a credit card. And you can get your nanosoma. Bam! It's great stuff. So, are you ready for birth certificates? This is going to be a long one. Some of you might not be able to stay the whole time, but that's all right. I'm telling you, this is going to be a banger. One for the record books, I guarantee you. So, without any further ado, let's do it. Let's go ahead and do it. Birth certificates filed at birth. Why? We want to know.
The United States is owned by foreign corporations. Nixon opened it up for foreign trade. And when Nixon opened up for foreign trade, the people of Europe and the common market and Spain and different places, they don't care about the United States forest. And in short, the United States has been sold out by people who really don't care for anything but money.
This is one of those videos where after you listen to it, you pause for a moment and ask yourself, wait, did he really just say that? Like, did those words really come from that person? The fact of the matter is truth, no matter who it comes from. I want you to separate the message from the messenger and just listen. What Charles Manson said here is 100% true.
I've had all the money in the world 3 times. I had to give it back to keep the game going.
What game?
The game. It's a game. Money is a game. It's only real to the people who work for it. The people that don't need to work for money, it's a monopoly game. It's a game of paper. It's all on paper. I've got a production company, and I've got a recording company, and I've got a mansion in Beverly Hills, and I've got Rolls Royces and Ferraris. I've got everything money can buy, but it's all on paper. Everything's done through the companies and through the tax loopholes, and the people that live on that level, they don't care about the average honest mule that just goes back and forwards to work. They don't care about the children that are in the streets that are thrown out of this upper echelon of existence. And then when all the children fall down into me, on my level, I pretty much identify with them because I was a throwaway also. So it goes to the point of, do you really care?
When you
And who
said,
does care? And if anybody cares, they're considered crazy. I've been 15 years in the nut ward for trying to stop the trees from being cut down, from trying to rearrange a lifestyle of a bunch of people who don't want to change. But they're going to change because the cold wind is blowing.
Can you imagine that coming from Charles Manson, folks? That came from Colleen, and of course it correlates exactly with what I've taught you about Charles Manson. But can you imagine that? That's just an introduction. Truth is truth, no matter where it comes from, even if it hurts your feels. So let's finally talk about birth certificates. I'm coming to you initially from Tartaria Vault over on YouTube. Great channel. I have subscribed. You should too. So there's something so ordinary that most of us, including me particularly, I told you I had real hesitations about this, and most of us have probably never even stopped to think about it, much less question it. And if we have, we really didn't get to the source materials. We just followed what people that we trust told us. But over the past few years, there's been a growing number of inquiring minds that have begun to question this whole idea of birth certificates. They've begun to look at it. They've begun to talk about it. They've become to question it a little bit. And much of what is talked about seems to veer into the hyper-conspiratorial, which is the main reason that I was turned off to the whole inquiry. It was just too much speculation, too much sensationalism, too much crazy talk, most of it for clicks, subscribers, and monetization. Now, we all know we have a birth certificate. Every single one of us, your parents have and had a birth certificate. Most of your grandparents did, depending upon your age. And that document, to most of us now, it feels as natural as breathing. Some see it as proof that they exist, proof that they matter, proof that the world acknowledges that you were born. We carry it to the DMV, we carry it to the passport office, we carry it to the Social Security Administration. We treat it like a birthright. But this is where it really started to grab my attention. I want to thank Dagger tonight. I want to thank Colleen tonight. I want to thank Randall Hilburn tonight, all big contributors to this deep program. So for the vast majority, I don't know if you realize this or not, but for the vast majority of human history, tens and thousands, maybe more of years of civilizations, empires, conquest, trade, governance, nobody needed a birth certificate. Not one single soul. What explains how America went, and I am a little Americocentric, I know we have a lot of subscribers from overseas, but what explains how America went from zero standardized birth documentation to a fully registered population in just 31 years? An administrative transformation that's so complete, it's so coordinated, and so quietly accepted that by 1933, every single state had accepted this registration system. Every single state had enrolled its newborns into a federal ledger without a single serious public debate about what that meant. And the standard explanation, it's infant mortality tracking, it's progressive era public health reform. Well, I think that collapses when you examine what the infrastructure actually built, folk. Not a medical record system, but the foundational credential of a legal personhood. The root document from which all taxation, all conscription, Social Security itself, and state-administered identity all grew from this seed. Still from Tartaria Vault. And as I investigated the birth registration timelines, the birth certificate timelines, the legal priesthood theory, and the financial architecture being assembled in the same window, remember, same time birth certificates, Federal Reserve, 16th Amendment, Social Security Act. What I see as a disturbing correlation materialize. These aren't just parallel coincidences. These are interlocking systems. And at the center of them all is a single document created before we could speak, held by the state that issued it, severing, and this is key, severing a living human being from whatever communal, ancestral, or old world heritage that we carried, completely separating us from our folk and replacing us with a number, the number of a man. Maybe that strikes a memory in some of you. But did the registration, did the birth certificate do more than create a new identity? Did it erase an older one? Did it separate us from our folk? Did it separate us from our gods? Did it separate it from us from our ancestors? Did it separate us from our homes and from possibly even the earth itself? Because these relational forms of recognition that far outlast the birth certificate, our clans, our community, our religions, our lineage, our heritage, our ancestors, those connected people to a heritage far predating this American administrative state, and they were quietly superseded. Not banned, not destroyed outright, but just made irrelevant, legally invisible. And the generation that remembered another way of being recognized has all but faded without passing that memory forward. It's a serious situation. And this investigation tonight examines whether the American birth certificate was the opening the opening salvo in a ledger that's not designed for you, but it's designed about you. And I wonder, and this is the real thing, you're right, Divine Spark, did something older, something that can't be numbered, something better, stronger, something divine, something sovereign, something free, was it lost in the process? And remember, for the vast majority of human history, thousands of years of civilization, empire, conquest, trade, governance, nobody needed a birth certificate. Not a single soul. But suddenly, within the span of about 2 decades, 20 years at the turn of the 20th century, nearly every industrialized nation on the planet decided that they needed governmental birth registration, all of them simultaneously, as if they were following instructions. And this is where Jeffrey Darty, the Christian whistleblower, had to start asking questions. So let's go back. I'm not talking about going back to what's been painted and portrayed as some primitive, chaotic world, but let's go back to a world that functioned remarkably well in almost all aspects without state-issued identity documents for individual citizens. Ancient Rome did catalog its citizens, but that was a census data, household data, property data. The household still mattered, Auden. The family unit still mattered. Not the individual body, not so much the individual, not the specific moment of emergence into the world as a time-stamped and numbered event. Medieval Europe will go past the folk. And the folk, the tribe, we knew each other. We understood each other. We knew where they were. You know, Chase Hughes teaches, and this is true for the vast majority of human life, we have been in a folk group of about 150 people at the max. And our actual physiology, our actually brain structure is incapable of knowing, understanding, and entering into real human connection and commune with more than 120, 150 people. And that's been ripped from us. And I want to try to look at tonight why. Even in medieval Europe, controlled by the church, the records were then kept by the clergy, by their tracking baptism, marriages, and deaths. But again, these were not government instruments. And even Cynthia and I made the decision, there were some other mitigating factors, that why do we need a government document to solemnize our relationship? We've been together almost 8 years. Never had, Cynthia, correct me if I'm wrong, never had one argument in 8 years. All without government solemnification of our relationship. Hold on to this. Ponder this as we go forward, because I'm going to ask a question that's probably never been asked. And this may go right to the heart of the matter. So hold on to this, ponder this as we move forward. Have you ever heard, have you ever understood, have you ever even considered that it was the Abrahamic churches that pioneered what would become the birth certificate? It was church records exclusively in our most recent past that held birth, death, marriage registration. What significance, if any, might this have? And again, it might want to be something that you keep in mind for reference as we continue along in this investigation. And interestingly, up until the time of birth certificates, the state largely trusted the church's accounting. That's very interesting to me. You might want to keep that in mind too. But this is critical. Even then, though, we didn't carry our ecclesiastical birth record with us. We weren't required to produce those ecclesiastical birth records to function in society. Of course, back in our original folk societies, we didn't need it because we knew one another. So my question is, when the church had control of all of this, why did the church allow the system to change? Why didn't the church vehemently object? That raises another simple but I think crucial question. If enormous civilizations like the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, even the Great British Empire, at its height the sun never set on it, if they could manage multiple millions of people without issuing each one a numbered identity document at birth, what changed? Why? And why was there no hell raised about it? Nice to see all of you here tonight. I'll be a little less attentive to the chat tonight because this is so deep. What exactly did the state, why exactly, and what exactly did the state suddenly need to know that it hadn't needed to know before? And the deeper we go into this question, the more standard answers start to feel incomplete. And this is what creates the atmosphere for the clickbait-driven speculation and sensationalism. There will be none of that tonight. As I always do, everything will be delivered with receipts. That's the only way I fly. But we're told it was about public health. It was about infant mortality. It was about understanding disease patterns, improving maternal care. And yes, those things happen. Those things are real. But they don't explain the massive scope of what was built. They don't explain this massive infrastructure that has followed. Corrine, you're right there. They don't explain why a document ostensibly created just for health statistics became the foundational credential of legal personhood in this modern world. And for me, that's where the official explanation and many of these speculative explanations also begin to collapse. In the United States, the federal push for standardized birth registration, birth certificates, began in earnest about 1902 when the Census Bureau established a birth registration area, which was voluntary. This birth registration was voluntary, but the states that could demonstrate a 90% registration rate, would be recognized as compliant. In 13 years, 10 states, including the District of Columbia, were compliant. And by 1933, interesting number, just 31 years later, every single state in the Union had become compliant. I don't know of anything else in American history that can make that boast. And again, I have to ask, why did the Abrahamic churches, I know a lot of people like to talk about the Jews, and the Jews are an Abrahamic church, they're an Abrahamic religion, they're the seed of Abrahamic religions. But remember, yes, Judaism is an Abrahamic religion. So is Christianity. So is Islam. And that's the vast majority of people on planet Earth today. Why did the Abrahamic churches so willingly and quietly surrender this power to the states without so much as a recorded whimper? Why did they willingly surrender the power of recognizing, recording, and monitoring every single person from cradle to grave? Why? Well, to frame our discussion, let's consider what else was happening in those 31 years. Wow. Come on, Flat Earther. We appreciate you here, but let's don't be rude. Federal Reserve was created in 1913. The federal income tax, 16th Amendment, was also created in 1913. And here's a little fact for you to chew on. Let me show you this because it's very, very interesting. Here's a little fact for you to chew on. 1913, if we break it down numerologically, 1913, if you add those up, 1 and 9 is 10, it adds up to 14. A 14 is reduced to a 5. Okay, Jeff, so what? But this made me think of the 5th commandment. What is the 5th commandment? Honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long in the land that the Lord Yahweh your God is giving you. That's Exodus 20 and 12. And by the way, numerologically, 2012 equals 5 as well. You ever thought about that? You might want to. Let's break this scripture. Did you see what I did there? Let's break this scripture portion down a little bit, shall we? And I have to show you, because you won't believe me unless I show it to you in the original language. We're going to take a little segue. We're going to go into Bible Hub here just for a moment, and we're going to look at Exodus 20:12. I got to pull my keyboard out, and even though it doesn't look like it, it's a little dark in my room, so it's a good thing I know how to type. So BibleHub.com. Don't own it. Don't get any affiliate stuff from it. Just use it, because I think it's the best interlinear product out there. And right on command, Bible Hub likes to be a little surly when I try to use it live. Only live. It's kind of interesting. So let's look at Exodus. Let's look at Exodus 20 and 12. Sorry, it's being a little slow for me, but we'll get there. We have to get there. This is foundational. Exodus 20, and we're going to go to verse number 12, and we're going to look at this, and we're going to break it down in the original languages. And I'm going to skip a couple steps just so you'll be able to see what I'm doing. And I'm going to show you this whole thing so you can take it in. Here it is, Exodus 20 and 12. It says, honor your father and mother so that your days will be long in the land that Yahweh is giving to you. Do you believe that Yahweh gave everything to us? Do you believe that Yahweh gave this land to us? I don't know that I did. as you see, these are all hyperlinks. So I can click on honor, and it'll tell me what that word means. What does the word honor mean? It means to be heavy. It means burdensome. And your heaviness and burdensome brings honor and glory to somebody. Who, what is that somebody? Who, what is that somebody? I want to ask you that. So that's the first word, honor. Honor who? Your, and I'm being very, your father's father's fathers. But yet we're talking about a system that takes us away from that, aren't we? Honor your father. Who is your father? Honor your father's father's fathers, your ancestors, and your mother. Who's your mother? Your mother. So this system says that we're going to pull you out of your folk system. And does it say we're going to give you a new father and mother? And that if you follow it, what happens? Your days, your years, your life will be what? It will be long. It will be arranged. It will be set in order. It will be prepared. It will be compared. And it will be valued. I thought humanity had intrinsic value. I thought our life had intrinsic value. But no. The Abrahamic faiths tell us that it's only through submission to them that we obtain value. That's exactly what the Scripture seems to say. And it's a scripture that is given to us by the Lord. And just in case you think I'm not talking about Yahweh, that's who it is. It's Yahweh. That is Yahweh right there. That is Yahweh right there, the Tetragrammaton. So is Exodus 20 and 12 saying, I'm giving you a system that you must follow in order to be in order, and it'll be a burden to you, it'll be a snare to you, but it'll bring honor and glory to somebody that's not you? I just wonder if any of you find that interesting. I just wonder if any of you are saying, what the hell? I know that I certainly did when I saw that. So that's just something for you to think about as we move along. Good thought, Desiree. I like where your head is right now. So let's get back into it. Do you know that the draft of the First World War, which is easily proven to have been initiated via Abrahamic chicanery, that was the first time that the birth certificate was used en masse, and it was used to document your age and your citizenship so you could be drafted into the right side for the World War. Wow, that's something to think about. Social Security comes in 1935, and of course, Social Security is the verifiable record of birth that needed it. You had to have your birth certificate to get your benefits. And somewhere in the middle of all this is when the birth certificate quietly became the master key, the root document, the thing from which all other legal identity would grow. Is that a coincidence? Is that an accident? Or is that the natural evolution of a caring society? Just to answer your question, Corinne. Jehovah is the combination of the Hebrew word Yahweh, because there's only consonants, and the Greek word Adonai. They took the vowels of Adonai, put them in with the consonants of Yahweh, and came up with Jehovah. It's a monstrous linguistic compilation. So was this coincidence? Was this accident? Well, 1, 2, 3 things might be coincidental, but you get past that and you start to see a pattern. And this pattern starts repeating. There might be such a thing as coincidence, though, divine spark, if you know what I mean. This pattern repeats with unsettling precision. And here's the strangest part. It wasn't just in America. Britain's General Register Office was established in 1837. Same time frame. Began mandatory civil registration of births. Took till the 20th century for enforcement to come along. But France, Germany, Austria, even Canada, Dagger, all of them moved within the same compressed historical window towards the same system. Different nations, different governments, different languages, but the same architecture, as if they were all reading from the same blueprint. And remember, it was the Abrahamic church that held and surrendered both the source data and the power of control over it. Why? I find myself asking, was this blueprint that all of the nations were reading from, was that the Abrahamic fifth commandment? And I think of fifth columns. We talked about that last program. The fifth column is an insidious spy network. Remember Rabbi Laitman? That goes in and works against a nation from within. So, now we get into the deep weeds. We introduce a concept that people either find fascinating. No, Canada only shares blame, Dagger. A concept that most people either will find fascinating, deeply unsettling, depending upon their disposition, and boy, do we get into some camps. Here's where we really got to work. Set aside preconceived notions. Set aside cognitive dissonance. Set aside confirmation bias. Because in legal theory, there is, without a doubt, a critical foundational distinction between a person and a human being. Now, I know rational people say those are synonyms, and in our normal human language, they are. And language is very new for humans. In our knower, in our thetan, our spirit, we know that those are synonymous. Oh, Wandering Reality, I missed it. Wandering Reality says in 1 Chronicles, supposedly Satan, this is interesting. Wandering Reality. In 1 Chronicles, it was Satan that ordered David, the only man in the Bible called a friend of God. Satan ordered the friend of God, David, the sweet singer of Israel, the seed from which the Jesus would come forth. Satan ordered David to register and number the people. How did I miss that? That's why I love this group. We're only 50,000 strong right now. But this is the best and most enlightened group on the internet, I'm convinced. Satan ordered David to number and register his people. What if, wow, Crusade didn't do nothing wrong, says that the amount of gold collected after Solomon, so Solomon numbers the people, registers the people, collects a bunch of taxes, keep that in your bonnet, and they got 666 talents, I think, of gold. Wow. But persons, human beings, in the architecture of law, they're not the same thing, strangely enough. A human being is a biological fact. You were born, you breathe in, breathe out. Yep, you're human. You exist. But strangely enough, that's not a legal determination. That's just what happens. It's called the birds and the bees. But a person in the legal sense is an entity entirely recognized by the state as having rights, responsibilities, and crucially obligations. And the first ones came from David, the sweet singer of Israel. I don't know if you realize this or not, but Solomon was his son. The first steps towards birth certificates and all that followed originated with the originators of the Abrahamic matrix. How, in the probably 20 hours I put in this, how did I miss it? I'm glad you didn't. And those obligations in the days of Solomon added up to 666, interesting number, talents of gold. Wow. Now, this statement does point to a real concept in legal theory, but it's often misunderstood. It's often overstated, especially in click, subscribe, monetization-driven online discussions. Let's try to break it down clearly and accurately. Just the facts. Just the facts. Because let me show you this. I know some of you are watching on your phones. You can't see it, but it'll be something that you can go back and reference. We're at, I can't see the clock because can't seem to get my screen to go down any further for me. But anyway, you'll know where it is. What's the distinction? In law, a person is a legal concept, but not just a biological one. A human being is biological, physical, individual, but a legal person is the entity that the law recognizes as having rights, duties, and obligations. And what that means is that all human beings are legal persons in modern legal systems, but not all legal persons are human beings. Did you know that corporations can be legal persons, but they're not human? Governments can be legal persons, but they're not human. Even nonprofits, and now we're back to churches, they can be legal persons, but they're clearly not human. Are they trying to replace humans? So why does the law use person instead of human being? Because the law needs a flexible category. Rights have to be assigned. The right to own property, the right to sue, the right to be protected. And the law needs somebody to assign responsibilities like Solomon, like David. To be, pay taxes, follow the laws. If the law only used human beings to describe, well, human beings, it couldn't let companies sign contracts, which happens all the time. It couldn't hold organizations accountable, and they say they couldn't structure modern economies. They couldn't structure modern economies. So a person is a functional legal tool. So is there a critical foundational distinction? Yes, but there's an important qualifier. It is true that there's a distinction between biological existence and legal recognition. It is true that legal systems define who and what counts as a person, but there's a lot of misleading information on the internet. And again, here's where you're going to have to think a little bit. And please don't blow up on me in the chat. I'm too busy to take out comments. But what's misleading is this idea. I know it's ubiquitous. I know everybody believes it. But there's billions of people celebrating today, some guy that nobody can prove ever lived, but they're celebrating the fact that he supposedly died, which nobody talked about for 300 years, and they are celebrating the fact he supposedly rose from the dead, all without receipts. So cognitive dissonance, confirmation bias, these things can get us in trouble if they get in the way of us understanding facts. So what's misleading is that a human being is separate from their legal person in a practical, usable way. Because in modern law, in reality, not on the internet, but in reality, did you know that the internet's not reality? I hope I didn't burst somebody's bubble. But in reality, in modern law, you, the human, and your legal person are inseparable for legal purposes. You cannot opt out of being treated as a legal person. You just can't. We'll bring up some receipts. And the church, again, I go back to it, the church made this possible. Why did the church give up this power? Here's where the confusion comes in. This concept is frequently used in what's called sovereign citizen arguments. We hear misinterpretations of legal language saying, I'm not a person, I'm a human being. And they treat the living human and their legal entity as functionally the same object under law. And again, the church allowed all this. Now let's get a little bit in a philosophical angle. What gives somebody rights? Well, before all this, our rights were inherent. They came from natural law, but now our rights are granted to us legally. Can something non-human, like a corporation, like AI, have personhood? According to law, they can. According to common human sense, which is not so much anymore, they can't. But this is where the distinction becomes really meaningful in theory, even if it doesn't change day-to-day legal reality. And I ask you to consider, are we missing the spiritual question? And are some of these arguments distracting us from the real issue at hand? And the bottom line is that this statement is technically grounded in real legal theory, but it becomes misleading if it's used to imply separation in daily life practice by individuals like you and me. In modern law, a human being is recognized as a legal person, not being separate from one. And the church facilitated this modern law by surrendering the right of birth registration. Now, I know some of you are getting mad at me, but stay with me. Did you know that corporations are legal persons? Municipalities are legal persons? Good, Her Majesty. This will make more sense to you if you're high. It'll allow you to think. The word person comes from, and somebody mentioned this earlier, the word person comes from the Latin, which is also interesting. It's the official language of the largest Abrahamic group in the world. The mask worn by actors in the Roman theater, that's where the word person comes from. Those masks were called the persona. And that's the face that's presented to the public. That's the role that we're placed within the system. And that's what the birth certificate appears to do. And the deeper we look, the more it seems designed to create that legal person. And at the moment of registration with a birth certificate, a record's generated, there's an entry in a ledger, there's a numbered document, and the document doesn't just describe you in the eyes of the state. Now, it may, in some functional sense, constitute you, at least the version of you that the government is authorized to interact with. And this raises a really simple question and a really crucial one. Before 1902, which isn't that long ago, before 1902, before birth certificate registration systems, before the numbered birth certificates, what was the relationship between the individual and the state? Well, remember, of the people, by the people, for the people. Now it's over the people, controlling the people, and numbering the people. I would say that's a meaningful difference. And again, I have to ask, why did the church give up this power? And I have to ask, what did the church get in return? How about we walk through? Great question, Rick Godley. How does this relate to the son of perdition? Believe it or not, we're going to get there. We're going to get there. Let's walk through what a birth certificate actually makes possible. Not what we're told it makes possible, but let's look at what it structurally enables within our modern system. And I want to show you these on the screen because this is crazy, folk. This is absolutely cray, as they say. I don't like to use ebonic, what's the word I'm looking for? Base language slang. But, I like to contextualize myself a little bit. What did the birth certificate allow? What did it enable? Well, for one, taxation. Not in the crude sense of the government knowing you exist, but in the precise administered sense of assigning you a taxpayer identification. And the Social Security number is even oftentimes referred to as a tax ID number. In the United States, and Cynthia and I were talking about this the other day, you can't even get out of the hospital now without registering a Social Security number in the hospital. And that flows directly from birth registration. And that number, your Social Security number, if the IRS comes looking for you, they find you by your Social Security number. And it's interesting. Remember, I say I'm suggesting, could this be Abrahamic? What was the first registration and numbering of the people for? Taxes. And even little baby Jesus in Mary's womb, riding on the back of a donkey back to Bethlehem. Why was he going there? I'll wait. I'll take a drink of nice warm tea. We got David, we got Solomon. Why was little baby Jesus in his mama's womb? Why was he going to Jerusalem? Because he had to be numbered for the census for taxes. David, Solomon, Jesus. I'm beginning to sense a pattern. They don't come looking for your household. They don't come looking for your family. They come looking for you, the individual unit. And I got to ask, is the church getting a cut? Is this why the church, but they were going to be counted, J. Bing, so they could be taxed. Does the church get a cut of the taxes? The answer is yes. You ever heard of 501c3? The church don't got to pay no taxes. Joel Osteen paying no taxes. Kenneth Copeland paying no taxes. The Church of Rome paying no taxes. David, Solomon, Jesus, Abrahamics enabling this, not fighting it. Is it a payoff? Is it a payoff for sharing power? So what else does a birth certificate allow you to do? But let's talk a minute about taxes and Jesus. Well, Jeff, that was Old Testament. David's Old Testament. He's the one that Jesus came from, but that's Old Testament. Solomon, wisest man ever, but that's Old Testament. So what did Jesus do about taxes? Oh, how did I forget that? Conspiratary says, what about that 10%? Even God got a flat tax. I love this crowd. So nice for so many of you to be watching tonight. How did Jesus relate to taxation in the New Testament, in the words of Christ in red? Well, in Luke 5:27, Jesus went out and he saw a tax collector. And he said, hey, you're hired. You're hired. Donald Trump, right? You're hired. That's one tax collector. Then in Matthew 9:9, which is another interesting number, Jesus went on from there. Saw another man named Matthew sitting at the tax booth, another tax collector. And he said, yo, you're hired. Follow me. Now we know there was 12 disciples. One named Levi, one named Matthew. That makes 2. Now all of you're right, it should be 16. I got my period in the wrong spot. That's okay. 2 of the 12, who were all Jewish, all Abrahamic, 2 of the 12 disciples were tax collectors. That's 16.66%, 666. Where have we seen that number before? And as I was studying, I saw some people that said, wait a minute. Levi and Matthew were the same person. Levi was the Hebrew name, or the Greek name, and Matthew was the Hebrew name. That's where I grew up. We call that a lie, because Levi is Levi, and Matthew in Hebrew is Mattiyahu. So it was 2 different dudes. So maybe there was 13 disciples, which makes it even more interesting, but we can't stop there tonight. 16.66%. And wherever that period goes, and you're right, I was wrong. J. Bing, you're with me, baby. You're with me. Where have we seen 666 before? And in what context have we seen 666 before? Dagger, don't get excited. I didn't say sex. I said 666. Revelation 13:16. Does this relate at all to the idea of taxation? Does this relate at all to the idea of registering? I'll read it. You see. He caused all. Who's he? Oh, it was the Antichrist. Well, really? Wait, you might want to hold on. You might want to hold on before you answer so quickly. He caused all, every damn body, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or their foreheads. Of course, biblically, the right hand is associated with authority. The right hand is associated with the work that you do, and in your foreheads. That's where you have your third eye. And without this mark that covers your ability to earn and covers your ability to think, really defines who you are, no man could buy or sell unless he had the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. Wait a minute. This is the Antichrist. Remember in David, I forget who said it in the chat, but you're brilliant. It was Satan that caused the first recorded birth registration in the whole wide world. And it was in the Bible, baby. Bible. And then Solomon, his son, did it again. Did Satan cause Solomon to do it? Who was Satan? He caused all to get this mark that you have to buy or sell. The person who caused it, are they disclosing to us? And we have to look at what the word Satan means. We might do that. But here's wisdom. Let those who have understanding count. It means to figure it out, to do your research, and understand the number of the beast. It's man's number. And that word is not a man. That word means mankind. Look it up. I showed you Bible Hub. Everybody's got one. And it's 666. Does that give you something new to think about? Sorry, little nicotine cough. Keeps me on keto, man. I'm losing weight like crazy. So whoever started the birth certificate registration, Bible says it was Satan. Here it says it's the Antichrist, but we're proving to you, and will I be able to prove to you, that it was actually the Abrahamic churches. And are they run by Satan, the Antichrist? I just read the Scripture. I don't believe it's the Word of God, but a lot of you do, and maybe I've given you something new to think about. Well, the word tax collector, like 2 of the 12, maybe 13 disciples, in your Greek it's 5467, You know that word is only found in the Gospels? 9 times in Matthew, 3 in Mark, 10 in Luke. The word is translated publicans. Makes me think of republicans. And by the way, anyway, in the King James Version, guess who the publicans were? They were wealthy men who paid for the privilege of collecting taxes. The Jewish guy named Zacchaeus, I spelled it wrong, he became a staunch follower of Jesus. You can see that in Luke 19. He's called the chief tax collector in the New Testament, the head of the IRS. And there's no indication in Scripture that he left the IRS. So let me see, if you're keeping track, within the 12, maybe 13 disciples, we got 2 tax collectors. Then the head of the IRS was following Jesus. Are they trying to give us some disclosure here? Josephus even talks about, and you see the reference there, of a certain John who was a tax collector. And it's interesting because you remember King James, the dude that put together the Bible, justified his homosexual relationship with a man named George by saying that Jesus had his John. Most people say that it was John the Apostle, but was this the John that he was talking about, this Josephus John, or was Josephus also giving us a disclosure that the Apostle John was also a tax collector? That would be 25%, and that would be strangely analogous to the representation of a certain Abrahamic group within our governments. And we know that these tax collectors often overcharged and pocketed the surplus. Do you think that happens today in American government? Nah. But Hank Williams Jr. might say it's an Abrahamic family tradition. Wandering reality? I'm with you. I'm with you. In Wandering Reality, hitting stuff I missed, 2 different books. May every word be established by 2 or 3 witnesses. 1 Chronicles, Satan made him do it. 2 Samuel, Yahweh made him do it. So one story says it was Satan that said, have birth certificates. And the other story says it was Yahweh. Could that mean that Yahweh and Satan are the same dude? And wouldn't it be weird if the vast majority of tax collectors and politicians and people that develop vaccines and media and legal system, judges, Hollywood types, entertainment types, communication types, media types, wouldn't it be weird if the vast majority of those people were all Abrahamic? I'm starting to sense a pattern. So let me ask you one other little query, little question. And when you see capitals here in parentheses, that means I'm adding this to what Tartaria Vault says, so don't blame them. Christ's curious, in my estimation, acceptance of tax collectors is shown not only by his treatment of Zacchaeus, the head of the IRS, who became one of his followers, but also by the fact he chose at least 2, maybe 3, as one of his 12 disciples. And when Matthew gave a farewell feast to his former associates, he introduced them to his new master. You remember the question, which is in Matthew 9:11? That's an interesting number. The Encyclopedia of the Bible reminds us that they said, why does your teacher, Jesus, eat, hang out, socialize with, that's what the word means, tax collectors? Some would say that that might sound sort of like, hey, Tribal, an Epstein Zodiac Club kind of vibe. And would it surprise you to know that the Apostle Paul was also a really big fan of taxes? Not Texas, but taxes. Because Paul said, it is necessary for you to submit to authority, not only to avoid punishment, but also as a matter of conscience. This submission, please do leave a like, a share, please subscribe. This submission is why you pay taxes. Because the authorities, the tax collectors, are God's servants. I'm reading from the Scripture. Who devote themselves to their work. It's in the book of Romans. You can look it up. Pay everyone what you owe them. Pay taxes to whom taxes are due. And pay revenue to whom revenue is due. Some would say, now it's starting to make sense why the Abrahamics facilitated, initiated this whole birth certificate thing so we'd have to pay taxes, because they're getting a cut, man. 501c3? Are you kidding me? Luke 15. Jesus was so popular with the tax collectors. He loved the tax collectors. Because all the tax collectors and sinners were gathering around to listen to Jesus. Why did the tax collectors love Jesus so much? Could it be that he was good for business? And then in Matthew chapter 17, Peter, interestingly, Peter recognizes the head of the Catholic Church. He came in and Jesus asked him, "Yo, Pete, what do you think, bro?" And he had two names, which is kind of interesting. Who changes their names? He says, "Hey, from who do the kings of the earth collect taxes and customs? From their own sons or from those they have conquered?" And Peter said, they collect taxes from those they have conquered. And then Jesus said, then the sons are exempt. And isn't it weird how a lot of these senators, congressmen, cabinet members, they end up not paying taxes? All these mainly Abrahamic billionaires running everything, they don't pay taxes. And did you notice? If you pay taxes, that is proof, in the words of Jesus and Peter, that you've been conquered. How does that make you feel? I'm coming to you from the script, sure. So not only do the birth certificates Abrahamic initiated all the way back to King David, not only does it enable you to pay taxes, and by enable I mean if you don't, they come and take your stuff, unless you know what you're doing, but that's another deprogram. It also enables conscription. And for those of you that come in and aren't really sure what that means getting drafted to fight in wars. What are most of the wars fought over? And who, just look at the latest Iran war. We were told, and Trump consistently has said, I don't want to fight Iran since he's been president. But we were told by one of the undersecretaries of defense, I had it in one of the last 2D programs, that the reason why they had to join the attack on Iran was for defensive reasons. Defensive reasons. Well, what do you mean? Well, if we didn't join in and Israel was going to do it anyway, and then we would have, all of our bases and people would have been attacked. So we had to do it. Why? Because Israel said we had to do it. World War I, World War II, if you read and study and look, it's without doubt that it was Abrahamic manipulation that goaded the United States into those wars. And you can't have a draft unless you can know where men are. And birth certificates are the only thing that make that possible at scale. And let's face it, you couldn't have previously managed that kind of mass mobilization with parish records, tribal records scattered across private churches and folk groups in dozens of languages. So this makes it much easier for governments to force your children to fight in their wars. I shouldn't editorialize, but I spent over 6 years in the United States Air Force. I used to be the most patriotic guy around, but if you're a young person and you're thinking about going in the military, I would, as a veteran, encourage you, think very hard before you do that. And when you're thinking about not only the taxes that 501c3 Abrahamic groups don't have to pay, how, I ask you, does this conscription figure in the decision for blood sacrifice-based religions, all the Abrahamic ones are, how does this figure into the decision for blood sacrifice-based religions to cede the power of birth registration to the state? This news group right here, I can't read that. I don't know what it says. Every religion is responsible for historical wars, but none can beat the Abrahamic religions. And you remember George Carlin said, "You're right, Dagger. You're right, Her Majesty. All the Abrahamic religions are saying that." And Her Majesty, being very, very proud of her, she says they advertise for white men to join. It's so obvious. And let's face it, a lot of black people in the military, but you don't see any do-rags in basic training. You don't have thugs going in the military. George Carlin, more people have been killed in the name of God than for any other reason. And the Abrahamic religions are no exception. I didn't say that. George Carlin said it. So we got taxation, we got conscription, and it's also the only way that you can get any benefits administered to you from the government, be it Social Security, Medicare, welfare. You can't even go to a public school. You shouldn't. Dagger, it's really sad. Dagger says, he went in when he was 21. I was about the same age. Loved my country. Dagger, I won't even salute the American flag anymore. Every single one of these systems is built on the foundation of the birth certificate. And if you ain't got it, you ain't getting none. So again, I ask you, why did the Abrahamic Church allow the state to replace it in the most basic duties stated by Jesus in the New Testament? If you hear of any, Jeep, let me know. James 1:27 says, "Pure and undefiled religion before our God and Father is this, to take care for orphans and widows in their distress." But the church isn't doing that anymore, except for, I have to add, the Mormon church is doing it, which should make some of you Christians really angry. The most basic This isn't the Christian whistleblower saying what's pure. This isn't the Christian whistleblower saying what's undefiled. This is the brother of Jesus saying it. The most basic thing in Christianity is to care for orphans and widows. And yet they outsource that to the government. Why? You can't get anything from the state unless you're legible to the state. And legibility begins with getting a birth certificate. It enables tracking, not in some lurid surveillance sense necessarily. It's in the deprogram, and that's a question worth sitting with. It's worth having a think on. But in the simple registrative, administrative sense, where you are, who you are, the name you carry, what status you hold. Imagine that, says Divine Spark. Marriage records were also ceded by the church to the state, and they're linked to birth records. But strangely enough, you don't have to have a blood test anymore. And of course, our death records close the loop. Jeep says, quoting in Revelation, I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people, that you may not be partakers of her sins. Wow. J. Bing, is there no help here for the widow's son? Freemasonic reference. Ooh, I missed that one too. So how many Americans today receive government benefits? 72.5 million. 9 and 5 is 14, which gets us right back to that 5. The 5th commandment, your father and mother. Who's your daddy? Who do you gotta pay? Who do you gotta listen to? You have no choice but to listen to the government. Who are you honoring when you pay your taxes? Who are you honoring when you answer that draft notice? Wow. 72.5 million Americans are on government benefits. Just happens to be 22% of the population, which is a double master number 11. Divine Spark says, yeah. And that comes from worlddata.com. Even property records. Who's your daddy? Property records tie back to identity documents that all trace their route to the birth certificate. Matthew Garvin, you can stay right here. That was all, or you can rewind. It's good stuff. And that's where it becomes, for me, impossible to ignore. The birth certificate isn't a record of life. It appears to be, to some, the opening entry in a ledger that follows you from your first breath to your last, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. And there's one more thing I just can't leave hanging. Because once you understand that the birth certificate creates a legal entity, a persona, a mass that the state interacts with, a darker question surfaces, one that legal researchers have argued about in obscure journals for decades, mostly ignored and occasionally mocked. What if the document just doesn't represent you? What if it securitizes you? A lot of people just got excited. What does that mean? And of course, we're coming from Tartaria Vault, as you see on the screen. Here's what I mean. When governments issue bonds, tune in. This is the big one. When governments issue bonds, when they borrow against future productivity, when they borrow against future tax revenue, when they borrow against future economic output, they need collateral. You can't borrow unless you got collateral. And that collateral, it's got to be real. And it ain't real unless it's documented. And it has to, with some reasonable certainty, guarantee the generation of value over time. And in the early 20th century, exactly when birth certificate systems were being universalized, that means the whole world. If you're listening, hit a like. Thank you. Alden. Governments were also expanding their capacity to borrow, backed by the projected economic productivity of their populations. This is the real truth, not the clickbait, build a channel, get monetized. Sensationalism. Zach, our preacher's rich because God has blessed him. Well, that and the fact they don't have to pay taxes. Just saying. So is the registered citizen, the legal person, the numbered entity, is it functioning? Are we functioning? Are you functioning? Are we entities that are functioning in some structural sense as the collateral that allows governments to borrow money? Registration, numbering, bonding, taxation, debt, all of it building decade by decade into an interlocking system where the state's financial architecture and its citizen registration architecture evolved in near perfect parallel, not separately but and not independently, but together. Wow. Tannen says, who needs psychological operations when you're already living in this shite every single damn day? And Prussian says the state has the real power to subjugate, not the church. But I call your attention back to Romans chapter 10 that says the government, you must obey them. And if you don't, they don't bear the sword in vain. And yet again, I have to ask, it keeps coming back to me, why in the world did the church cede this power to the state? And Jay Bing says we're free-range slaves. I don't know how free our range is anymore. And here's the strangest part. Here's the strangest part, and you don't really need to see this. When you try to find out where these parallels are formally acknowledged in policy documents or in legislative records or in the public discourse of the era when it started, the silence is deafening, and it still is. And this is kind of what troubles me the most. You're right, Linda. And I want you to sit with this for a minute because it's subtle. Because when these big systems are built, there's usually a transition period that you can see. A time where the old way and the new way coexist. When people debate the merits, when newspapers run editorials, when philosophers and lawyers and citizens argue about what it means to register a human life with the government as or a deed of property or a corporate filing. I've been looking for that debate. I've been looking for the philosophical reckoning, the public conversation. Where was all the discussion about what it meant to hand the state the authority to record your child's existence as a numbered entity in a government language? Where the hell were the people that should have been raised in hell? But the silence is deafening. Nobody wrote about it. There's no public health advocates or statisticians or census officials on record writing about it, wondering about it. This was changing a living human being into a state recognized. Oh, Heidi, isn't that thing great? She's listening from a relaxed sauna. I got to get that back up on the website. I do it every night. It's amazing. The price is right. It's the best value dollar for dollar in all of saunas. I'll get it on the website. The question went unasked in the mainstream discourse. Could that be because the church said, whatever the government says, do it, do it, do it? Read Romans 10 sometime. You might find it interesting and terrifying. And the public ignoring it's one thing. We're busy. But the architects of these systems didn't feel the need to justify this that they were building. The evidence suggests something much larger was being put together. Something for which the public health really was just a partial explanation. It's almost like everything was reset. And I keep coming back to this because it's the most intellectually difficult aspect of what we're looking at. Not the existence of birth certificates per se, not even the legal theory of personhood, not even really the expansion of the state's administration reach into our individual lives. All of those things can partially be explained, but all of these things happening at the same time and nobody's saying nothing. That's the thing that really bugs me, gets under my skin. Nation after nation, different histories, different legal traditions, different languages, different governments, monarchies, republics, some in the middle of revolutions themselves, all of a sudden come up with the same idea and putting the same thing into effect in the same compressed historical window. Orphan trains, mud flood, yes. And the pattern just keeps repeating with precision that I find unsettling. And the architecture is not just similar, it's exactly the same. And these aren't ideas that different societies naturally come up with at the same exact time. It's just not. Something is afoot. What drove a society to accept this for their human population without so much as a whimper? There's no answers. It's crazy. And why wasn't there any recorded debate? But again, I want to ask you, it's not so much about what was built, but what was replaced. Before this, before birth certificates, before numbered documents, before the administrative ledger, how did we understand our relationship to the community? We understood it through clan structures, community recognition, community accountability. Now, those things weren't perfect, but at the root, they were communal. The community knew you existed. You weren't a number. You were a person. The village community, the extended family, your presence in the world. It was acknowledged through relationships, through human recognition, not through being registered with a number. And what the birth certificate replaced, or at minimum dramatically restructured, was that relational form of recognition. It substituted a state relationship. Honor your mother and your father, which is now the state, according to Romans 10. It substituted the state relationship for a tribal communal relationship. And this tribalism was the key identifier of the pre-Abrahamic world. Were birth certificates a direct attack on the tribal, non-Abrahamic world? Could this be what the church got out of it, at the very least? You're real now, not because your folk community knows you. You're real now because the Abrahamic dominated government has recorded you and given you a number, the number of a man. And that's a profound shift. And it happens so quickly and so smoothly that we don't have any memory of it. Is that a loss? Was that planned? The story doesn't end here. It extends into Social Security numbers, digital ID systems that are being assembled right now. And the real question is, what does it mean when the foundational document of your existence is held not by you, but by the state that issued it? How in the span of just 30 years did every single industrialized nation suddenly decide to build and implement the exact same system? And I'll ask you, what factor did those nations have in common? I'll wait. The greatest factor that all those nations had in common was Abrahamic religion. Who decided that the individual human being, not the household, not the community, not the folk, should be the fundamental unit of state administration? What was the world like? What was the experience of selfhood before your existence became a number in a government archive? Thank you, Michael. And what does that mean? What does that mean? I got to move my screen up so I can see what my time is. There it is. What does it really mean that none of us were ever asked, hey, do you want to have a birth certificate? You were enrolled in this system before you could speak, before you could think, before you could consent, before you could object, or before you could even understand the question. Kind of reminds me of infant baptism, but, you know. And the document proves your legal existence, the one you need to get a driver's license, the one you need to get a passport, the one you need to get a Social Security card, the one you need to get a bank account, the one you need to get a job, the one you need to get a mortgage, the one you need to live a life. We were guaranteed life, liberty, and the pursuit of property. It wasn't happiness, it was property. That was guaranteed to us as citizens, but now we don't have that anymore. We're only guaranteed those things if we registered. This document wasn't created for you. It was created about you. And there's a difference. And that difference matters. Because it seems to me, as it does to Tartaria Vault, that somewhere someone understood exactly what they were doing. And they didn't want the rest of us to ever notice. We got some smart people in this chat. Let me show you one of them here. This is Randall Hilburn, a great author. And he relates a story here. I'll give you the Cliff Notes. 1989, taking a class at Gadsden State Community College in Gadsden, Alabama. Names the professor. And this started me down the track a little bit. He learned that the Treasury Department receives a copy of each birth certificate, and they do. And then a formula is applied to it to come up with an estimate of that particular person's lifetime financial impact on the federal government. So that means how much are they going to bring to the government through taxes, minus the cost of services that are provided to that person. And that number equals the profit that can reasonably be derived from that individual by the U.S. government. And the results are used, Randall says, for future planning purposes. More correctly, the professor said for future planning purposes. But while that's true, it's also used for governments to leverage as collateral to borrow money. And Randall said it looks to him like many people have just misunderstood what's going on. And yes, many people have, and many people will still fight and yell and scream at me, even though I'm bringing you nothing but receipt after receipt after receipt. And this is from Treasury Direct, the official website of the United States Department of Treasury. According to the U.S. Department of Treasury official, a birth certificate is not a financial document or bond. Birth certificates are government-issued vital records that document a person's birth, and they're used for various administrative purposes, such as obtaining a passport or a driver's license, or paying taxes, or getting drafted to go to war, or if you want anything from the government. But according to the U.S. Department of Treasury, birth certificates do not have any monetary value. They cannot be used to request savings bonds. They cannot be used to create financial obligations. The claims about birth certificates being negotiable instruments or creating secret financial accounts are false, and many of them are involved in scams. I'm just giving you facts, receipts. Several internet blogs and videos, some of you are very well aware of them, I can see. They make claims that the U.S. birth certificate is a negotiable instrument, a document that promises payment, that can be used to make purchases that will be charged to an exemption account, that you can request savings bonds held by the government in your name that are owed to you. But the truth is that the government birth certificate can't be used for any purchases, can't be used to request savings bonds. Yes, you're valued, but they're not going to give you the money. It's just how much you're worth to them as collateral to borrow money. I know that some of you don't want to hear it, but these are the receipts. These are the receipts. This also comes from Treasury Direct. 1933, U.S. goes off the gold standard. Here comes the Federal Reserve. This is the story. We're going to talk about the story and we'll talk about the reality. The government became a corporation. It really didn't. I've proven it before. The government contains federal corporations. The government is not a federal corporation. For instance, the post office is a federal corporation. The government's not. But anyway. And they converted the bodies of citizens into capital value by trading the U.S. birth certificates on the open market and making each citizen a corporate asset or a straw man whose value is controlled by the government. And there's methods, supposedly, for citizens to gain control of their assets. File this, file that. They promise your birth certificate will be able to wipe out your debt or help you collect money. Maybe you're looking for some reparations. Some sites sell videos, webinars, coaching on how to do it, but nobody's ever profited from these tactics. Yes, you are an asset, but only in the sense of being collateral. You're worth a lot of money. But do you really believe that you are going to be able to get this money? Do you really believe that they are going to give you this money? Come on. Seriously? Seriously? Do you really believe they're going to give you this money? They're not. And anybody that's telling you they are doesn't understand what's going on. Maybe they are just ignorant, and I just mean that in the sense of lacking knowledge. Or maybe they're trying to run a scam. Maybe they want you to buy something from them. I don't know. Yes, we have worth, but it's just as collateral to the government. The reality is there's no monetary value in a birth certificate or a social security number. And if you want to have a Treasury Direct account, you got to put money into it. The savings bond calculator just shows you the value of any bond. I'm sorry, folks, but it's not real. Tartaria vaults cut through all the hype and sensationalism. They found the nail, the proverbial nail, and they hit it squarely on the head. Birth certificates were created to allow governments to use us as collateral for the new Abrahamic scheme of international borrowing, which is also an Abrahamic scheme. So it's Abrahamic schemers running Abrahamic schemes. And as many times as I go through this, I still end up with duplicated. The results are just for future planning purposes. But it looks to me like people have misunderstood what's actually going on. Could this whole birth certificate hoax at its core be a misdirection? Some people not knowing what they're being involved in, some people maybe knowing. Could it be a misdirection effort to keep us from realizing what's really happening and how it plays into the overall worldwide Abrahamic governmental matrix control of real humanity? Let's talk about the straw man theory. Promoters of this theory falsely, according to the facts, claim the U.S. government creates a straw man for every citizen at birth, using their birth certificate to trade them as collateral against national debt. That's true. They do create you as an entity based on how much money you're going to profit them to be able to borrow money. To be able to borrow money. Who is this from? This is from Charles, I believe. This is a good one. I studied all this back in the late 80s. My documents are on paper from the OGs of the movement. Bottom line, the birth certificate was a perfect scheme to allow the Abrahamics to traffic all of humanity, at least to commoditize us 100%. And the church ceded birth registration to the government without so much as a whimper. The real question's why. And the Abrahamics facilitated the placing of a price on the head of every American citizen. And the Abrahamics made us a commodity just like cattle, and they call us cattle, and collateral, collateral, it kind of doesn't rhyme, but it kind of goes together, doesn't it? These are the facts, folks. Birth certificate is not a financial instrument. It's not a bond. It's an estimate of the particular person's lifetime financial impact on the government. People are just misunderstanding what's going on. It's okay to misunderstand. NPR even reports how much you're worth. The federal government generally values a human life at approximately $10 million to $13.7 million. Chattel, great one, Smoochie. Put collateral and cattle together, what do you get? Chattel, which is stuff you own. And that's based upon the value of a statistical life used in cost-benefit analyses. Department of Transportation, EPA, use this to determine if safety regulations are worth their cost. And the government uses it to value you as collateral for how much money they can borrow. Yes, the truth is you're worth between 10 million and let's say 14 million. But the real truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, regardless of how much we may not want to hear it, that money ain't for you. That money's for them. They're using you as collateral. And do you really think they're going to pay you? Wow. Wow. How long we been here? A minute. I'm pressing on. I'm not even halfway through. Let's look at the big picture for a minute. Let's look at the big picture. Let's look at the day the central banks claimed your future. You know, we always think when we're going to lose our freedom, it's going to be a war, it's going to be a revolution, it's going to be a coup. But what if it happened quietly in boardrooms? Maybe on private railroad cars. Maybe on a remote island off the coast of Georgia. Wouldn't that be freaking weird? What happened? What if it was couched in the language of stability, a language of progress, modern rational economics? While most of us, Collateral, I like it. While most of us were just trying to live our lives. What if the cage was built so gradually, so patiently, over so many generations, but at the time it was finished, you never even remembered being free? Every transaction you make, every dollar you earn, every debt you carry flows through a system you never voted for, never approved, and were never meant to fully understand. It was a system designed not to serve you, but a system to be served by you. And it goes back to King David. It's Abrahamic. The Federal Reserve Act was signed into law on December 23rd, just 2 days before baby Jesus' birthday. Most of Congress had already gone home. And the men who might have stopped it, men that had wealth, men that had influence, men that had iron will and were against the Federal Reserve Act, well, just the year before they had got on board a ship to take a trip. And that ship was called the Titanic. But this isn't a story about the Titanic, not tonight. It's a story about money. Who creates it, who controls it, and who decided long before you were born that you'd never be able to ask any questions like these out loud. And before we can understand what was taken, again, we need to take a look at what it was like before they took it away. What was it like before they took it away? We need to walk through the world it replaced. People don't even know to mourn it. Money was local. Sometimes it was messy. It wasn't perfect, but it was local. For example, Brandon's in Ohio. If a bank in Ohio, they issued their own notes. A bank in Virginia issued their own notes. Those notes or those dollars, we'll just say, they were backed by gold, silver, land, things like that. The bankers usually knew the depositors. The depositors usually knew their banker. The accountability was local. It was geographic. It was human. Was it perfect? No. There were panics. There were collapses. There were fraudulent institutions. They were called wildcat banks. They issued far more paper than they held in reserve. And did you know? You ought to listen to the Jeffrey Epstein interview with Bannon. Because Jeffrey Epstein said, you know, in reality, if I give you $1, reality says you can only lend out like maybe 50 cents. Because if you lend $1 out to somebody and only gave you $1, if they default, you got no money. But in reality, and I don't know the exact math, I believe that for every dollar banks hold, they can lend out $10, $20 for every dollar they hold. That's what the wildcat banks did. And they were bad, but now all banks do it, and it's cool. I think if you, next time you go to the bank, that little sticker that says Federal Reserve, it says you're reserved for like 10% of your deposits. But the big thing is that they were local, they were localized, they were visible. If a bank in Missouri collapsed, it didn't affect Smoochie in Louisiana. If a bank in, let me see somebody else. If a bank in, that I know where they live. I don't know. Can't see anybody else. I know Kylie lives in North Carolina right now. If a bank in North Carolina collapses, nobody in Philadelphia cares. It doesn't trigger cascading failures in Paris and London and Hamburg. It was fragmented, yes. But as it turns out, fragmentation is a form of insulation. And the people that bitched and complained about this the most weren't the local people that got burned in a wildcat bank scheme like we just had a little while ago. The loudest critics were always the largest financial operators of the age. Men with significant capital, men with connections to European financial houses, men who had everything to gain from the elimination of small, local competition. So if the old system was so chaotic and harmful, why were its most passionate opponents so consistently from the top of the financial hierarchy? Fractals, exactly, Divine Spark. So as you keep asking the question, you keep being led to somewhere more and more uncomfortable. 1694, Bank of England chartered. 1791, Bank of the U.S., 1800, Bank of France. In just a few years. 1876, the Reichsbank consolidates German monetary functions. 1907, the Great Panic. 1908, the Commission. 1910, that meeting we talked about on the island off of Georgia. 1913, Federal Reserve Act. Look at that sequence again. Does that look like a timeline of natural evolution to you? It's a question. Or does it look like a campaign, a patient campaign to answer a single question? Who controls the creation of money? A central bank isn't just a bank. It's not just a lender of last resort. It's not a stability mechanism. It's not something for soothing economic cycles. A central bank exists to decide how much money exists. And if you control the supply of money, the total volume of money in circulation at any given time, you control the price of everything through supply and demand. More money chasing the same goods means prices go up, supply and demand. Less money means prices fall. Expand credit and businesses boom. Contract it, they fail. Not because they are badly run necessarily, but because the medium of exchange itself is made scarce. Yes. Bank for International Settlements, you're right with me. The official explanation was that we had to have a central bank because it's too dangerous to have local volatile banks. But reality proves that if the bank in Ohio fails, the bank in California don't care. It's an inversion because the exact opposite of what they say is true, and that framing reveals something. Because when the power to create money is dispersed, like Ohio created money, Virginia created money, Kansas created money, Missouri created money. As long as the power to create money is dispersed across wide areas and many entities, hundreds of local banks, governments, competing institutions, no single actor can ever use it as a lever. No single decision affects everything simultaneously. It's imprecise, yes, but it's also resistant to fraud and failure. It's resistant to top-down manipulation. But when it's concentrated power, held by one institution or one small network of institutions operating in coordination, the lever's in somebody's hands. And the pattern's impossible to ignore, folks. Go and look. I did. Before central bank consolidation, there was hundreds of distinct forms of legitimate currency, credit instruments, monetary substitutes that were being used in the 19th century. Some fraudulent paper, yeah, a little bit, just like we have today. Oh, we got to get rid of wildcat banks by making one great big wildcat bank. Come on. In what world does that make sense? But there were silver certificates, gold certificates, backed by metal, redeemable, on demand. And then in 50 years, gone just like that, all at once. That's important. And we sat by and let it happen. We sat by and let it happen. They told us it'd be more convenient, but now we know it's only more convenient for the guy that holds the key. And probably the best example of this is the silver certificate. Silver certificates were like dollars. They were issued directly by the U.S. Treasury. Jesus was Jewish. They were backed by physical silver held in government vaults. No private intermediaries, no interest. The government issued them. The government backed them, and citizens used them. You could take your paper receipt in to the bank and get real silver coins or bullion if you wanted to. Backed by physical silver reserves. And up until 1968, when I was 5 years old, if you had a silver certificate, you could go in and get your silver for your paper. They came in $1, $5, and $10 notes. They existed because in 1873 there was something called the Coinage Act, which was called the crime of 1973. Silver supporters wanted to return to silver-backed money, not gold money. Why did the people in 1873 think it was a bad idea to go on the gold standard? Well, there's a verse in the Bible that says God owns all the gold and all the hills. The Abrahamic God. I'm just throwing that out there. But silver certificates were a compromise to allow paper money circulation tied to real silver value. People were pissed that they wanted to go to a gold standard. Why were they mad? Because silver was a major economic policy in the late 19th century. Its advocates wanted to use it to expand monetary policy featuring the unlimited coinage of silver into money on demand, as opposed to strict adherence to the more carefully fixed money supply implicit in the gold standard. You ever heard he who has the gold makes the rules? Are there more people that own silver or gold? It's math, folks. It's math. Silver was called the people's money only because it was. But by 1963, the year of my birth, just 63 years ago, it was gone. Gone. Not because it failed, not because it was producing instability. There was no public demand for getting rid of it. But somebody decided they wanted to get rid of it. And that somebody were all backed by Abrahamics. Where's the debate? Where's the public informed debate about a decision this consequential? Silence is deafening. And if this sequence of events is new to you, like Steve Borg says, you've never been taught this version of history, you're not alone. Most people haven't. And that in itself might be worth sitting with for a moment. Because what comes next is where it gets really, really hard to explain away. Let me try to explain it. Let me pull this off the screen and make it easier. Let me see if I can explain this. Here's how central banks work. A central bank creates money out of thin air. But when they put it in circulation, they just don't put money out there. It's lended. Do you know that every single dollar issued by a central bank is issued at interest? Yeah, the gold, man. They know you got it. They'll come and take it. I'm just saying. And all these Abrahamics, buy gold, buy gold, buy gold, buy gold. But they can come get it. I'm just saying. But all the money enters the economy as debt. It is literally borrowed into existence. And every dollar, as soon as it comes off the press, carries interest. It's not a conspiracy theory. That's how it actually works. Just read any Federal Reserve publication. And by the way, whoops, sorry, that got a little hot. By the way, let me allow you to feast your eyes on this. Leviticus 25:36. Abrahamics, they want an Abrahamic theocracy in the United States. Do not take any interest from your countrymen. You must not lend him silver at interest. Some would say that it almost sounds like Abrahamics don't consider us their countrymen. I'm sensing a pattern here. Is this not the core of the financial system that the birth certificates allowed? Is it possible the Abrahamics gave up that power because they're getting a cut, a big cut? All money's created at debt. Then the total amount owed, principal plus interest, is always greater than the amount of money in existence. The interest was never created. It was promised but never issued, which means there's always more debt than money, always by design. That means, taken as a whole, the economy can't pay off its debts without somebody going bankrupt. It's a zero-sum game. For every loan that gets repaid, some other actor in the system has to default. There's simply not enough money in circulation to retire all the debts simultaneously. That's not pessimism, that's math. That's math. And it's an Abrahamic system. But let me ask a more pointed question. Who benefits? Who had the knowledge, the position, and the incentive to anticipate this? November 1910, men board a private rail car. They used only first names. They traveled at night. It's almost like it was a secret. They were going to Jekyll Island, a private resort off the coast of Georgia. They stayed 10 days. They left with a document that would become the Federal Reserve Act. It's not disputed, it's history. Even the participants themselves wrote about it afterwards. Nelson Aldrich, a senator, Frank Vanderrip, National City Bank, J.P. Morgan, or Henry Davidson of J.P. Morgan, Paul Warburg. Go back to my Zodiac Club deprogram and see how many of those names were members of the Zodiac Club. I think you might be surprised unless you saw that video. Vanderrip described that it was secret, described they traveled under false names, described the deliberate concealment, and he did it with pride. Why was it necessary? It was necessary to keep it secret because if it had been known, the public would have rejected it. Read that again. One of the principal founders of the Federal Reserve said, if the American people had known about it, they would have rejected it. That's not my interpretation. That's what somebody that was there said. What does that tell you about what they created? What does that tell you about what they created? And there's an interesting coincidence that sits at the precise intersection of Jekyll Island and the passage of the Federal Reserve Act. There were some very rich dudes in America that were very much against the Federal Reserve Act, 110% against it. Benjamin Guggenheim, you've heard the name. Isidore Straus, you've heard the name. John Jacob Astor IV, you've heard the name. Coincidentally, they all three boarded the Titanic in April of 1912. And all three died when it sank. How weird is it, man? Hello, Deborah. How weird is it that the extraordinary wealthy, politically connected men who publicly expressed opposition to the Fed were aboard the same vessel when it went down? Those men died. And the Federal Reserve Act passed the following year. What would those men have done? What would they have done to organize opposition? Didn't matter. They were dead. Is that a coincidence? But here's the strangest part. When you look at the opposition to the Fed in the congressional record, and there was a lot of opposition, you notice something. A lot of people bitch and moan. A lot of people saying this is a bad idea. A lot of people saying we shouldn't have the Federal Reserve. A lot of people saying we shouldn't have a central bank. But son of a gun, after three of the richest men in America died aboard the Titanic, everybody shut up. Maybe that's a coincidence, or maybe that's exactly what it looks like. This is what got me going. This is what got me going. And around the same time that we had the Federal Reserve, the Bank for International Settlements, who said it? Somebody in the chat said it, was founded in Switzerland. And interestingly enough, it was created to manage German reparations following World War I. But it became the Bank for Central Banks. It operated and still operates with legal immunity. Did World War I and that hollow thing that happened, did that create the environment that allowed for the Federal Reserve to come into being? The governors of the world's major central banks meet in sessions that are not publicly minuted. They don't keep any records. It's just a coincidence, as Dagger says. Now, I'm not describing a secret society. I'm describing an institution that's entirely public, but everything they do is secret. The evidence suggests that there might be something going on here, folks. Because whoever controls a national money supply becomes in control. What does the Federal Reserve answer to? Supposedly Congress. But who has Congress bought and paid for? Abrahamics. Let's talk about inflation. The U.S. dollar, by the Federal Reserve's own figures, has lost 97% of its purchasing power since 1913, when the Fed was established. 97%. A 1913 dollar would buy $35 worth of stuff today. Who benefits from inflation? Who benefits from inflation? The people that own lots of land, lots of equities, lots of capital. They're the only ones that have made money, the only ones that have outpaced inflation year after year, decade after decade. And there's another pattern I want to make you aware of. Inflation erodes those people that try to have savings in cash. But those that own equities, capital, they're insulated and sometimes benefited by the same process. In other words, the people least able to protect themselves from inflation suffer most directly. How is that arrangement ever allowed to become permanent? Can you explain that to me? And I didn't really, I first misspelled that Jekyll, but it really is Jackal Island. It was only released in 2008 after they hemmed and hawed for 5 years. We can only wonder when the Epstein files will be released. The Bank of International Settlement meetings are not public released. What are they hiding? What are they hiding? These aren't random patterns. Who gets liquidity, at what rate, under what conditions? This smacks of something that somebody built to benefit them. In 1907, we had a banking panic, which said, oh, we got to create the central bank. Only the central bank can prevent future panics. Well, guess what happened 17 years later? A little thing called the Great Depression. And the problem was the Fed wasn't aggressive enough. What's the answer? More power to the Fed. That's like having a guy working for you that loses $1 million and you say the solution is to give him $2 million this time. There's a name for that. It starts with stew and ends with PID. And do you know what happened in 1987 when we had the big market crash? The big lesson from the 1987 market crash was something called the Greenspan put, named after Greenspan, who ran it. And you know what that means? The guarantee is that the central bank will backstop the system. And backstopping the system, it turns out, means backstocking the largest participants. Too big to fail. That ain't you. That ain't me. That's the people at the top of the food chain. And who are they overwhelmingly? They're Abrahamics. They're Abrahamics. So at what point does coincidence become something else? Back in the old days, when our money supply was fragmented and it was local, was it better? It's just a question. But now we have people like Jeffrey Epstein. It's not just the Judean it's all Abrahamics, by the way, just to put a dot on that I. The Jeffrey Epstein interview with Steve Bannon. Jeffrey Epstein said, the biggest lie that people have believed regarding money, it's too complicated for normal people to figure it out. Epstein says it's not. It's simple. And Bannon argues with him. Epstein says, no, it's simple. But we've accepted that framing. Money's just too complex for ordinary citizens or even elected representatives to evaluate and control. And once you accept that framing, even Jeffrey Epstein, as big a scumbag as he is, I did say is, even he says it's all nonsense. But once you accept that, You've given up your life. Why do we continue to accept it? By the mid-20th century, every nation on earth had a central bank operating exactly the same way. They're the only ones that can issue currency, and they issue it at interest. And we accept it. And here's a question that I can't find an answer to. Maybe you can help me. Check this out. How do you get the entire world to reorganize its monetary architecture within a single century in ways that consistently benefit the same class of actors without some coordinating force that goes beyond the natural diffusion of good ideas? Tartaria Vault said, I looked all over, I can't find it. I found it. The Abrahamics. That is the thread that is woven to the entire garment. But we can't say that out loud. But I just did. The folk world financially was a little messy. A couple of people got caught in it. It was fragmented, but that was safety. Bank in Missouri fails. Bank in Florida doesn't care. The old folk-based world was deframed. And the thing that was good for us, they told was bad. They told us and convinced us that was bad for us. And it was reframed into this Abrahamic financial matrix. Smoochie says, I get that. Thank you, Smoochie. It's a very complex thing, and I was trying to explain it in a way that we could all understand it. So who benefited from the silver certificates disappearing? Who benefited from the gold standard going away? Who benefits from an international money architecture that makes national monetary sovereignty go away? Somebody mentioned the Babylonian money magic system. That's old school. The Abrahamics went to Babylon. They learned this Babylonian money magic system, which was, as simply as I can state it, give people $5 but make them pay you back $8. That's the Babylonian money magic system. But birth certificates, Federal Reserve, Social Security, taxation, conscription. Move over, Babylonian money magic system, because now we got the Abrahamic money magic system. And what was the difference? Babylonian money magic system is I can lend Smoochie $10 and say she got to pay me back $13. You're right, the kid. Abrahamic money magic system says, hey, United States can lend somebody $10 billion and make them pay back $20 billion. That's where we are today. And guess what? Your ability to borrow billions is based on how many citizens valued at, let's say, $15 million you got. That's the Abrahamic money magic system. Is it time for a little break? I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep going. Let's take a little bitty break and let's get into something from Buried Century. How in 1913 we got a central bank, we got an income tax, and we lost the United States Senate. All in the same damn year. Let's take a short little break. I'm going to play a song. I'm going to go down the hall. And I'm going to come back. And we're going to go into more of this. And then we'll also open up the phone lines. Yes, we will. But we're going to get into this in just a minute when I get right back. And I'm going back to the excellent music from our own Super Galactic. I'm Jeffrey Dahmer, the Christian Whistleblower. You're listening to Birth Certificates, What Really Happened. We'll be right back after this brief intermission. Dagger, you won't believe it, bro.
Have you ever looked at the moon and felt like it was looking back at you? Not just watching, but revealing. Because what if the moon isn't just a rock in the sky? What if it's a lens that reflects everything inside you? Your emotions, your thoughts, your energy. Not creating it, just exposing it. And when that light hits, you feel it. Restlessness, tension, intensity. That's not the moon controlling you. That's you being revealed. Because when your energy is eclipsed, you don't disappear. You fragment. Scattered thoughts, unfocused energy, emotions you can't explain. That's the eclipse. Not outside. Inside. But then the full moon rises. And everything hidden comes to the surface. Amplified. Louder, heavier, harder to ignore. And most people react. They lash out. They lose control. They get pulled by the wave. But emotional intelligence, there's something different. It observes. It doesn't run. It doesn't react. It sees. Because the moment you see it, you can control it. So you center yourself, you breathe, you slow down, you come back to you. Because your energy was never out there. It was always here, inside you. So you stop outsourcing it. No validation, no permission, just source, your source. And when you tap into that, everything changes. Now the energy moves, you create, you build, you express, you flow. Because energy that flows transforms, but energy that's blocked explodes. So you stay aware of your cycles, your emotions, your patterns. You adjust the lens over and over and over again until one day you realize something: the moon never controlled you. It never held your power. It only showed you what was already there. So don't fear the light. Don't fear the intensity. That's not weakness. That's exposure. That's truth. That's your energy trying to break free. So observe it. Center it. Draw from yourself and let it flow. Because your power was never missing. It was only eclipsed.
How about that, huh? From our own super galactic. This is probably going to be the longest deprogram I've ever done. I'll probably break it up into the sections, but I just feel that I got to get through this because this is what's been hidden. And that song talked about letting go of what you think you know when you find out something that's new and factual. Not easy to do. Not easy to do. And I want to say thanks to Dagger for this. This comes from Dagger. And I know Dagger, he gets in here, he's laughy, he's jokey, he's naughty. And he's naughty in more ways than one, if you notice how I was using naughty the other day. But Dagger sent this buried century link to me. It is, Dagger, thank you, and it's probably not enough. But Dagger sent me this, and I went through it, and there's years in history that doesn't look ordinary to us from the outside, but they're actually catastrophic inside. Years where the machinery of power, and give me if I'm coming in too loud, give me a 2. I can back down the sound a little bit. But there's years in history where the machinery of power is rearranged so completely that nothing afterward resembles what came before. And yet somehow the people living through it barely noticed. And 1913 was one of those years. Because in just 12 years, the U.S. government accomplished 3 things that our founders had specifically designed the Constitution to prevent. America has a lot of problems, but the way it, thank you, Capricorn, but the way that it was invented originally was damn near perfect. And some of the things that happened was handing control of the nation's money supply to a private banking cartel, establishing a permanent claim on the income of every American worker, and removing the one structural mechanism that had kept the federal government answerable to the individual states. I can do that, Divine Spark. 3 historic transformations in 1 year. And the country that emerged from December 13 was in the most fundamental constitutional sense a different republic than the one that January 1st had seen. I know it's not real good for me, but it has no carbs and it greatly assists in my keto. And I'm losing weight like a Somali famine victim. And I like it. So, most Americans, when they learn about these things, learn about them as unrelated reforms responding to different positions. Nice to meet you, different problems. The Federal Reserve, we're taught, was a response to banking panics, when in reality the only panic was that the central government was about to lose control over money. The income tax is taught as a response to inequality. Some people got it, some people don't, when in reality it was established just to rob those people that believed in equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome. You see, when this republic was founded, we believed that every person had the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of property. The harder you worked, you were able to grow through your own sweat and effort. Now, there were social, somebody used this word, there were social guards for people that had problems. But when those became hammocks, that's what somebody mentioned, hammocks, that was the problem. So what was really established by the income tax was robbing those that believe in equality of opportunity, to give to those that believe in equality of outcome without the work, and to fund a cabal that would use this to create an us versus them class demanding equality of outcome regardless of how much they put in, effort or money. And we're still living in it today. We got a little bit to go, but I guarantee you it'll be worth staying. The 17th Amendment is taught as a democratizing reform, made the Senate more responsible to ordinary voters. But if you look what really happened in 1913, when you look at who was in the room, who funded the campaigns, who drafted the legislation, who benefited, you see a very different picture. And this is not a conspiracy theory. It's something much more unsettling than that. It's a coordinated transformation of American governance carried out largely in the open by people quite clear about what they were doing before a public that was just too damn distracted to notice, or perhaps too Abrahamic in focus that they were told to do whatever the government told them to, and they did. You see Rooney in the background, the new cosmic kitten. The Jekyll Island players left Jekyll Island with a document by their own admission had absolutely no chance of passing Congress. But yet, the Federal Reserve was established just 1 year later, and it's structured in a way that has confused us ever since. It's not a government agency, it's not a private bank, but it's something that is deliberately designed to be both and neither. I want to show you this because we learned from the Jeffrey Epstein interview with Bannon. You got to watch that. Jeffrey Epstein told Steve Bannon, money ain't complicated. It's the illusion of complexity that drives and preserves the entire damn system. Even the good guys within it have to maintain the illusion if they want to keep getting paid. This was the intentional occulting of the U.S. money system. Occulting means hidden. And some might say it sounds very similar to what the script sure teaches regarding the mark of the beast. No man can buy or sell unless he has the mark, the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Some would say that this could possibly add a cultic perspective to our understanding. Let's sit with that for a minute. Nobody can buy or sell save you have the mark, the name of the beast, the number of the name. What is it in America today that you must have to buy or sell? You got to have a social security number. You got to have a birth certificate. Who put this into effect? We know it was the Abrahamic government, a government supported by the Abrahamics. There's 12 regional Federal Reserve banks. And they pay a guaranteed dividend to their members. And the regional bank, 12, the regional bank selects 6 of the 9 directors on each regional bank's board. Calculate the number of the beast. It's a number of a man. It's a number every man has. 666. Wisdom's needed here. You might want to have a think about that. The Board of Governors in Washington is appointed by the president, who has been, without argument, the facts show the presidency's been continually controlled, with perhaps a single exception, maybe JFK and what happened to him. It's been demonstrably, observably controlled by the Abrahamic cabal. And then the Board of Governors of the Fed and of the Central Bank are confirmed by the Senate, giving the appearance of governmental control. And what is the bedrock of our government here in the United States? Of, by, and for the people. But the critical operational decisions, particularly interest rate decisions, are made by the Federal Open Market Committee, the presidents of the regional banks who are not government employees, not selected, not elected, but appointed by people that are controlled by Abrahamics. The result is an institution that can deploy the full coercive power of the federal government, come take your stuff, put you in a cage, create money, and it's insulated from democratic accountability. The Fed's internal deliberations were kept totally occulted for decades. Again, when you see things in parentheses, that means I added them. Don't blame buried century. It wasn't until 1994 that the Fed was forced to release transcripts of his meetings, and then it was after a 5-year draft dodging delay. Paul Warburg, one of the jackals, because they were jackals. I know the island wasn't jackal, but I'm just opining. Paul Warburg, one of the Jackal Island drafters, was appointed to the original Federal Reserve Board. Isn't that crazy? And his brother ran the German central bank. The Warburg family occupied positions of influence in the central banking systems of multiple countries simultaneously. Vicky, great question. She asked, is Islam Abrahamic? Yes, absolutely. It's got all the same characters that the Bible has. The Warburg family is a prominent German and American banking family of German Jewish ancestry, which dates back to Venetian ancestry, Venice. They're known for being biochemists, of being physicists. Epstein DNA might be in the jab, says Her Majesty. She's 100 on that. And this interested me. They're from Venice. And you talk about kosher disclosure. You talk about covert disclosure. The Merchant of Venice is a play by William Shakespeare, and I took 2 years of Shakespeare in college. It was written between 1596 and 1598. And in it, there's this merchant in Venice named Antonio who defaults on a loan provided by a Jewish, which is an Abrahamic, moneylender named Shylock, with inevitable fatal consequences. It's classified as a comedy, but it's most remembered for its dramatic imagery and is best known for the character Shylock and his famous demand for a pound of flesh. If you're not Shakespearean, I'll catch up. Don't worry. So Shylock on the surface is not an ostensibly Jewish or Abrahamic name. However, when you dig a little deeper like I did, scholars show, and I found it myself, that the name Shylock derives from the biblical name or a biblical name, Selah. You remember in the Psalms, Selah, 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 in Hebrew. And Selah, what's gay? Oh, it is. It's true. Selah is the grandson of Shem, who's the father of Eber. That's the word Hebrew. The biblical progenitor of all Abrahamics. All the names of the Jewish characters in the play derive from figures listed in the book of Genesis. It almost sounds like disclosure. Is it possible that Shakespeare originally intended the name to be pronounced with a short I rather than a long one? So instead of being Shylock, it would have been Shillock, or Shill for short. Today, we call a controlled plan a shill. And the Shylocks, or the shills of 16th century London, were goldsmiths, merchants, dealers, and most of all, they were scriveners. Do you know what a scrivener is? Well, the guy that edits all of the Shakespeare's published by Penguin, I believe that's almost an exclusive publisher. A scrivener is a scribe. And what did Jesus say? He said, beware of the scribes or the scriveners. They like to walk around in long robes. They love being greeted in the marketplace. They love the chief seats in the synagogues, the places of honor at banquets. Oh, it's the Jews. No, you got to look deeper. The word synagogue is not exclusively Jewish. If you look in your Strong's Exhaustive Concordance of Biblical Words, you'll see that synagogue literally means an assembly, a congregation, a synagogue. That covers all three Abrahamic religions. It's a Jewish synagogue, a Christian church, or even a Muslim, what do they call those places? Mosques. It's a congregation. The word synagogue is not exclusively Jewish, but exclusively in modern terms, it's Abrahamic. So when I say the synagogue of Satan, you've heard me say it, it doesn't have to be a synagogue, does it? It can be any Abrahamic congregation, can be a synagogue of Satan. And the word Satan just means adversary. I think I show you that here. Revelation 3:9, the synagogue of Satan. Satan means adversary. I know some of you don't want to hear it, but it's not just the Jews. It's all those that are adversarial to who? Adversarial to the way it was before they came. The folk. In this context, it's applicable to the entire Abrahamic matrix here, financially, in context. Guess what? The kid says, don't forget the Jesuits. Jesuits are 100% Abrahamic. 100%. Oh, great one, Dagger. All of the Mormons would say they're Abrahamic. Here's another clue. Whoops. It's not exclusively Jewish. I forgot to reduce that. The word origin, it's from the Chaldee word corresponding to the Greek word Satan. So the original meaning of Satan is mabad. In Hebrew, mabad means to separate and to isolate. Who separates and isolates themselves? Only the Abrahamics. Oh no, Jeff, that's just the Jews. Oh really? Because the Bible says, come out from among them and be separate. In 2 Corinthians 6:17. Be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed. That means to undergo a metamorphosis by the renewing of your mind, and that means you no longer have your mind, you have the mind of Christ, and you take every thought captive to obedience. Do you really want to do that? This is not exclusively Jewish. It's exclusively Abrahamic religious congregations. Let's break it down one more level. Revelation 3:9. Oh, look at that. 3:9, 12:3. Look at those who belong to the synagogue, the assembly of the adversaries. They claim to be Jews, but they're liars instead. They claim, they speak, they say, they tell. We're the real Jews. Who's saying that today? Rooney, who's saying today that they're the real Jews? Just wondering. Who's saying that they to be Jews, which means, who's saying they are the ethnic religious people descended from the patriarchs? Who's saying that today? Christian identity, Christian nationalism. And the people that say that, what are they? They're liars. They're uttering lies, and they attempt to deceive by falsehood. Some of them, most of them have been deceived by falsehood, I would suggest, but some of them are trying to deceive by falsehood. The kid, I'm reading it to you right here. Right here. The Jews are the chosen according to the Bible. That is the God of the Bible's teaching. Biblically, whoever's saying, we're the real Jews, who's ever saying, who's ever speaking, who's ever telling that they are the real religious people descended from the patriarchs is lying to you. Not says Jeff Darty, but says the dude that wrote Revelation. That's what the Bible says. I was hungry too, Smoochie, but I just ate a beef stick during the break. Back to the Merchant of Venice. The play contains two famous speeches, one from Shylock that says, hath not a Jew eyes? Eyes to see. If you prick us, do we not bleed? If you poison us, do we not die? If you wrong us, shall we not revenge? Somebody said they cry out in pain as they strike you. Another speech comes from Portia, who outwits the Jewish Abrahamic moneylender Shylock and saves Antonio from giving the pound of flesh, which meant the literal taking of flesh, which would lead to death. And what does she say? She says, therefore, you Abrahamic, though justice be thy plea, consider this, that in the course of justice none of us should see salvation. We do pray for mercy, and that same prayer does teach us all to render deeds of mercy. I have spoken thus to mitigate the justice of my plea, which if thou follow, this strict court of Venice must give needs sentence against this Abrahamic. Is that disclosure? I leave that for you to decide. The quality of mercy centers around Shylock's insistence on his legal right to kill Antonio. This sounds to some like disclosure of the Abrahamic types that cry out in pain as they strike you. This phrase is historically used as an anti-Semitic expression suggesting that someone falsely portrays themselves as a victim while causing harm. Why is that anti-Semitic if it's happening? Literally, the phrase describes a situation wherein a person appears to be in pain while simultaneously inflicting pain on someone else. Contradictory behavior. Expressing suffering while being abusive. Have you followed what I've said tonight? And the saying originated in Poland, and it portrays Abrahamics as being manipulative or deceitful while collecting debts and taking away people's property, which happens today in this Abrahamic government all the time. Some might see a historic parallel here on how financial power began to work after the removal of folk-based economics. And the Federal Reserve Act was signed by Woodrow Wilson on December 23rd, 2 days before Christmas. I already talked about that. And, Vicky, you're very educated. I like it. And the vote on the Senate, the changing of the Senate, which we're going to get into, it'll blow your mind, came after a procedural maneuver that cut off all debate. Who cuts off all debate today? Many members who had voted against the reorganization of the Senate were already gone, not including the Titanic victims who supported the absent members. Well, they were gone too, right? But to understand how pivotal 1913 was, you can't just look at the Federal Reserve in isolation. You have to look at what else was happening simultaneously, and you have to understand that the income tax and the transformation of the Senate were both load-bearing elements of the exact same structure. The exact same structure. I'm going to leave this up. This is important. The 16th Amendment authorized the federal income tax, ratified February 3, 1913. And this requires a little context. I think Rooney blew up the bathroom. For most of American history, did you know this? I didn't know this. Cynthia knew this. I didn't know this. For the vast majority of American history, the federal government was funded through tariffs collected from imported goods. So the system had profound international political consequences. It meant that the taxpayers funding the federal government were not the American workers, but foreign manufacturers and the importing companies that handled their goods, the Shylocks. The tariff debate was one of the defining political conflicts of the 19th century, and the U.S. income tax changed all of this. I'm going to go full screen with this. I'm going to play you another song because Rooney blew up the bathroom, and I've got to go get that cat box scooped. Love this song. This is usually our intro, but give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back.
Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. It's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Have you had enough yet of this bullshit that they got being poured out on us? Love you too, conspiratary. I've had enough of this bullshit. For the most of American history, the federal government was funded primarily through tariffs collected on imported goods. The primary taxpayers funding the federal government weren't the American workers. It was the importing companies that handled their goods, the Shylocks. The U.S. income tax changed all of this. A federal government funded by income taxes has a fundamentally different relationship with its citizens than one funded by tariffs. We go from owners to slaves, which makes me wonder, what the hell is Trump really up to? And I can't believe, I just can't believe this, but I got to show you something we're going to do on Wednesday. We're going to do this on Wednesday. And this is the deprogram I thought I'd never do, but we got to do it. And wow, it's going to be so freaking interesting. And I just want to show you, this is what's coming up on Wednesday. The Trump conundrum. The Trump conundrum. What the hell is going on with this guy? I actually made this thumbnail, and then I asked ChatGPT to make it better. Let's see if I can show you the one I made. Tell me which one you think is better. I'll show you the one I made, and then I'll show you the one, you saw the one that ChatGPT made. So, where's the one I made? Oh, watch. Right here. We're getting a little bit off the beaten track, but that's okay. So this is the one that ChatGPT made after I asked them to see if they can improve this one that I made. Theirs is probably better, right? That's the one I made. This is the one ChatGPT came up with. But Smoochie, I just don't know, man. I just don't know. So we're going to talk about the Trump conundrum on Wednesday for Not Your Normal midweek service. And I mean, this guy, this guy, I just don't know this guy. It's going to be super, super interesting. I think you'll really like it. So let's go back and let's get back into our deep program. What is Trump up to? I don't know. Are we getting tired of the winning? I don't know, Steve-O. So what happens when the Shylocks are paying the bills versus us paying the bills? It's something structural, because now the government's revenue base is the wages and profits of us, the American people, and the American businessman. And the income tax was originally sold to the American public was nothing like what it became. When the 16th Amendment was ratified, the advocates insisted it would only apply to the very wealthy, which, even if it only applied to the very wealthy, that's a flawed zero-sum us versus them psyop. More on that in a minute. The initial rates looked good. The first income tax under the new Tax Act was a 1% rate on those that made more than $3,000 and a maximum surtax of 6% on those that made above $500,000, which might give us a modern benchmark. I could live with a flat tax of 6% on those over $500,000 and 1% on the rest of us. But in 1913, $3,000 was about what a skilled professional made in a year. Your office managers, your executives, your tradesmen. So they pay 1%. I'll do that. Of course, I got a secret that some of you know, but I'll be in for that. Let the rest be funded by tariffs, which Trump is anyway. But 6% on those over 500,000. Factory workers, farmers, shopkeepers, most of the working population paid nothing, N-O-T-H-I-N-G. But within 5 years, at the end of World War II, the top marginal rate was 77%. And within a generation, income tax had expanded to cover the vast majority of American workers. That's called a classic bait and switch, which is a classic Shylock maneuver. And the assurance is given during the ratification that it'd only be a tax on the rich, which isn't good either. We can't tax excellence, but it evaporated. The infrastructure was in place, and once an infrastructure stays in place, it gets in place, it stays in place, and it's used. Ronald Reagan, the scumbag he was, had a great quote: the closest thing to eternal life we'll ever see on this earth is a government program. And that's perhaps the most important lesson of 1913 as a whole. The closest thing we'll ever see to eternal life on this earth is a government program. And even the us versus them taxes on those that are exceeding in excellence is a work of the Shylocks. And I think we're better than that. I have the right to remain silent, but I don't always have the ability. Maybe if you are bitching and moaning about the people that make more money, maybe your time would be better spent not bitching and moaning, but working harder. Becoming better. I'm just suggesting that. Maybe not. Maybe not. These were infrastructure changes. They've been espoused and repurposed by every subsequent Shylock government. But now here's the third transformation. And this might be the biggest one, and it gets the least attention, but it was undoubtedly one of the most constitutionally significant. Because the 17th Amendment, ratified on April 8, 1913, changed how U.S. senators were chosen. Before that, the senators got selected by the state legislatures. After it, since then, they've been elected directly by popular vote. And everybody's like, oh, that's terrible. We've got to have more democracy. But it was the original founders that decided that the United States Senate should be that way. And it wasn't a mistake. It wasn't an oversight. It was a deliberate architectural choice rooted in the founding generation's theory of how you balance the different houses of government. The House of Representatives was meant to be the voice of the people, elected directly with short terms. And you would go, you'd get elected, you'd spend 3 years, you'd go back to hell home and do what you did. How many knows it doesn't work that way anymore? And you certainly didn't get a lifelong pension. House of Representative, short terms elected by population. The Senate was designed to be the voice of the independent states, and they were selected by state governments with longer terms that gave them equal representative as a state regardless of the state's size. Okay? The two chambers had two different principles of representation, and it required that both agree on legislation so that everybody could be satisfied before the federal government could act. That wasn't abstract theory. It had concrete consequences. A senator selected by a state was answerable to the people of that state. The only way to keep getting elected was to maintain the confidence of the state government that selected him. That means a senator who voted to extend federal power at the expense of state power was voting against the interests of the people who would decide whether he kept his job. It created an automatic resistance to federal overreach built into the Senate. Our founders were smart. But with the 17th Amendment, it replaced the legislative appointees with popular elections who are funded by who? Abrahamics. So who's in charge? The Abrahamics. Come on. It's not hard to see. And the timing of the 17th Amendment in the same year as the Fed, in the same year as the income tax, is worth thinking about. Because the federal government with a new source of revenue, independent of tariffs, also had a new borrowing mechanism. Ladies and gentlemen. Give me a quick second. Also had a new borrowing mechanism. And what was that? It was the Federal Reserve and a Senate no longer structurally resistant to expanding federal power. All three changes taken together removed one of the most significant constraints that the original constitutional design had placed on the federal government's ability to grow, borrow, tax, and centralize. This is why Thomas Jefferson said, if the American people ever allow, and he wrote the Declaration of Independence, if the American people ever allow private banks to control the issue of their currency, first by inflation, then by deflation, the banks and corporations will grow up around them, and they will deprive the people of all property until their children wake up homeless on the continent their fathers conquered. Welcome to 2026. This is how important what we're talking about is tonight. Who wanted the changes? Who wanted the changes? This is when the progressive movement started. Hey, Pedro. And it wasn't a monolith. It contained some genuine reformers who believed that capitalism had concentrated power in the hands of a small elite. It also contained populists angry about the powers of the railroads, the banks, and the trusts. But it also contained, with vastly disproportionate resources, Abrahamics, members of the financial elite itself, who understood that if they could make a stronger federal government that wasn't a threat to their interests, they could consolidate their interests. And the insight that the most sophisticated members of the financial system have reached is this insight. A federal government strong enough to regulate the economy was also one that could be captured. A decentralized system of state governments, smaller banks, and regional economic centers was harder to control because the points of influence were too dispersed. And this is the genius of the old pre-Abrahamic folk system of divine, sovereign, and free humanity. Centralization is only good for those with enough resources to control the center. The men who went to Jackal, I know it's not Jackal, I'm making a metaphor, they weren't worried about a powerful federal government. They were worried about a government they couldn't control. And the Federal Reserve designed and addressed that worry by creating an institution with governmental authority that was insulated from democratic accountability and dominated by the big freaking banking interests themselves. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? I hope so. Woodrow Wilson. He signed all three of these changes into law. In 1913, he said something really weird. Really weird. He said that the biggest men in commerce were afraid of something. A power somewhere so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so pervasive, that they'd better not speak above their breath when they spoke in condemnation of it. He said that while signing the legislation that consolidated just that power. Was he describing something he accepted? Was he talking about something he regretted? Or was it something he didn't fully understand? What's not debatable is that in the decades after 1913, the Federal Reserve presided over the greatest credit expansion in American history, followed by the greatest contraction, the Great Depression. Several great comments in the chat about who Woodrow Wilson was controlled by. What was the guy's name? I remember the great editorial photo of was it Morgenthau? The Abrahamic picture of Woodrow Wilson on a leash, and he's holding the leash, walking him through Central Park, I believe. Milton Friedman, the 20th century's most celebrated defender of capitalism, concluded after exhaustive federal research that the Federal Reserve was the reason for the Great Depression. The income tax, sold as a narrow levy on the very wealthy, exploded into the comprehensive withholding system that now reaches every damn one of you hearing the sound of my voice before you even see your paychecks. And oh, by the way, Rooney, you're a smelly bastard, by the way. The income tax, Mandel House, the income tax sold as a narrow levy on the very wealthy. I already read that. But the withholding system, taxation itself, where they withhold before you get your paycheck, that was introduced in World War II as a temporary wartime measure. But it was made permanent before the war was even over. Have you had enough? Have we had enough? The Senate was now just like the House, and it was dependent on the same fundraising sources, Abrahamics. The states, whose interests the original Senate was designed to protect, have no power anymore. None of this was inevitable. It was chosen. The choices were made in a specific year by specific people under specific circumstances. We got to get more skeptical. But this is the genius of the way they work. You don't have to convince people to accept it forever. You just have to make it seem normal. And once something is normal, it's very nearly permanent. 1913, 3 amendments, 1 new institution, and the constitutional architecture of a republic was quietly and irrevocably changed. Unbelievable. Does it serve our interests, or does it make us serve theirs? And the fact that so few Americans even ask this question might be the scariest damn thing at all. All right. Rushing in where angels fear to tread. I'm going there. I'm going to piss some of you off. I'm going to piss some of you off. But I love you enough to tell you the truth. Scriptural Act, I don't know how to pronounce it, it's French. And why is an English law using French? That really, really blows my mind. I'm going to show you that while some people are deceived, some people are just outright deceiving. Jama. So let's talk about a claim, and then we'll talk about a reality. A claim and a reality. There's this person called, what's she called? Lady Crown Turikatuku. Turikatuku. Doesn't have a website. Got a, not a Snapchat, but a Instagram. Got an address. And she talks about this. Somebody tell me how you say this. Put it out phonetically in the chat. Scriptural Act of 1666. And they spell it wrong. Dagger from the land of the frogs. I'm just kidding. Why do you guys let the Quebecers push you around up there? I don't get it. Aren't they kind of like insignificant? Okay, Dead Wolf. Thank you. All right. Let's talk about the claim. This is what she writes. In London, 1666, during the Black Plague and the Great Fires of London, Parliament enacted an act behind closed doors called the Ecclesiastical. I think it's such as life, maybe. The act was being debated to subrogate the rights of men and women, meaning all men and women were declared dead, which is bullshit. I'm sorry. Let me give you the claim. And then I'll give you the reality, okay? I'll just read what's her name? Tutankhamun? No. Turikatuku. Anybody know her? Lady Crown. We'll call her Lady Crown. So Lady Crown says, the act was enacted to subrogate the rights of men and women, meaning all men and women were declared dead, lost at sea. Back then, the Oy Vey Act. That's exactly right, family plan. It's the Oy Vey Act. That's freaking classic. You guys are brilliant. These terms, some of you have said them to me. We're all declared dead. We're lost at sea. Admiralty law. This is the claim. London took custody of everybody and their property into a trust. The state became the trustee, holding all titles to people and property until a living man comes back to reclaim these titles, and he can also claim damages. I don't know, but I'll bet you she sells a course, she sells a damn thing you can buy, and she'll tell you how to do what can't be done. I'm sorry, I'm just putting out the claim. Come on, Jeff. I'm really not trying to get mad at you guys. But you're going to have to set aside some cognitive dissonance, some confirmation bias. When capital letters are used anywhere in a name, this always refers to a legal entity, fiction, company, or corporation with no exceptions. This is the claim. These are legal entity fictions created and owned by the government who created it. It's like owning a share in the stock market. You may own a share, but it's still a share of stock. Legally, we're considered to be a fiction. Sassafras, come on now, stay with me. This is the claim. Then we're going to look at the reality, and I'm bringing receipts. Legally, we're considered to be a fiction. I'm just going to do this. Legally, we're considered to be a fiction, a concept or idea expressed as a name or a symbol. The legal person has no consciousness. It's a juristic person, ing legis, a name word written on a piece of paper. This traces back to 1666. London is an independent city-state, like the Vatican, like Washington, D.C. The only way out is to reclaim your dead entity, your straw man, that the Crown created, and become the executor and collapse the Oive Trust and forgive and remove yourself and your debts from the admiralty law that holds you in custody. Larry, that's great. Cleanse the earth of the illegal system. Larry, I have to point it out. Did you listen to the whole show? Because this system started with King David, was built up by King Solomon, and then endorsed by Jesus. I'm just saying, bro, you might want to think about that. When London burned, this is the claim, when London burned, the subrogation of men and women's rights occurred. The Responsible Act passed, and the Oive Act of 1666 meant all men and women of the UK were declared dead and lost beyond the seas. This is the claim. The state took everybody and everybody's property into trust. The state takes control until a living man or woman comes back and claims their titles by proving they're alive, and claims for damages can be made. This is why you always need representation when involved in legal matters, because you're dead. This is the claim. The legal fiction is a construct on paper in a estate and trust. When you get a bill or you get a summons from the court, it's always in capital letters. Similar to tombstones, capital letters signify death. I already told you what you're worth, conspirator, remember? The U.S. government stated between, 10 and 17 million? Capital letters signify death. They're writing to the dead legal fiction. A legal fiction was created when someone informed the government there was a new vessel in town based upon your birth. This is the claim. Birth certificates are issued to us just as ships are given birth certificates at the dock. This is the claim. It's about commerce. We come from our mother's waters. Your mother has a birth canal just like a ship. And the ship moves by the sea current just as we move by the current sea. It's clever, I'll give him that. This is the claim. All this information relates to how the general public are still legally tied through maritime admiralty law. This ancient legal construct, through this ancient legal construct, we can be easily controlled and duped. But it's really Abrahamic religion. Learning about your legal fiction helps you to unlock yourself. Otherwise, you're just an empty vessel floating on the sea of commerce. Parents are tricked into registering the birth of their babies. In about 1837, if you're making a claim like this, shouldn't you be a little more specific? Oh, I'm sorry, this is just a claim. Births, Deaths, Marriages Act was formed in the UK. The job was to collect all the data from the churches which held the records of birth. Regis comes from queen or crown. All people are seen to be in custody of the crown. This allows people to function in commerce and to accept the benefits provided by the state. We have to understand who we are as men and women and how we can relate to the system or in the system. Oh, good. We get to the reality. This isn't hard. I'm not the smartest guy in the room. I'm really not. But when Lady Crown starts writing all this stuff down and people start reading it, and I know she's just one of many, and they start quoting it like it's real, it's called an echo chamber. You got Lady Crown quoting Kim Possible, quoting who's the freaking Postmaster General of the world, quoting the bald guy in Australia, I think, Charlie, what's his name? And they're all quoting people as receipts when they're just quoting people. So when someone, and I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but when someone makes a claim and you see it on the internet, and you read it on Instagram, because I'm sure there ain't nothing on Instagram that's not true, wouldn't you just like maybe look it up? So I kind of looked it up. So those are the claims. Let's contrast them with the reality. Okay, I looked it up. Yeah, I spent probably 24 or so hours. Cynthia would be a better judge of how long I was down here doing it. But I looked it up. It's on the internet. The Oy Vey Act of 1666. You know what it really did? The Oy Vey Act of 1666, this is what it did. It allowed property owners to presume a missing person dead after 7 years of absence. Enabling legal recovery of estates depended on that person's life. That's really the end. But you know me, I go deep. Let me read that one more time. The Oy Vey Act, and we know it's not really Oy Vey, it's a play on words. The Oy Vey Act of 1666 allowed property owners to presume a missing person was dead after 7 years of absence, enabling the legal recovery of estates dependent upon that person's life. Just a coincidence, Dagger, you're right. The act was enacted in 1666 during a period of significant social upheaval in England. Hey, Carmen, great to see you. I've been going for almost 4 hours. Almost 4 hours. Yeah, even Jordan Maxwell just repeated it. Did Jordan Maxwell ever read this? I'm just wondering. The act was enacted in 1666 during a significant social upheaval in England, including the Great Plague of 1665 and the Great Fire of London in 1666, which caused many deaths and disappearances. Landowners often face difficulties reclaiming property when tenants or life tenants, oy vey, maybe that's what it means, a Life Tenants Act. I think that's what it means, a Life Tenants Act, went missing. I bet he didn't, Jama. Or if he did, he was a Shylock. I'm just saying. I'm not supposed to tell you what to think. I'm sorry. Let me take that back. Hey, Jama, how you doing, bro? Or, yeah, love you. So anyway, lots of people went missing. A lot of them went overseas. They fled the country because there's a damn plague and everything burned down. And it left a lot of estates in legal limbo. Remember what beast mode used to be, Dagger? The act addressed those challenges by providing a legal mechanism to resolve property disputes caused by prolonged absences. I know it's not as sexy, but this comes from legalclarity.org. Can you read? So what's it called? The Life Tenants Act of 1666. It created the legal concept of presuming someone dead after their disappearances. And it still shapes the law today. The plague. Everybody's dying. Everybody's getting the hell out of the country. The Great Fire of London, they're getting the hell out of the country. Are they alive? Are they dead? Let's just say, I'll just pick somebody. Mary's married to John. Everything's in John's name. Where the hell's John? Did he die in the plague? Did he flee to the colonies? Did he get burned up in the fire? I'm good for something, Divine Spark. Like James says, people disappear a lot. And a lot of them are disappearing. So this created the legal concept of how to declare somebody dead so you can take care of business. Come on, let's go. Key provisions. What's this thing called again? What does this French mean? Life tenants. So the Life Tenants Act, derived from Old French, meaning he who lives. Why is a English law written in the French language? Why was who got the Tom Brokaw? Why did Tom Brokaw get the French Foreign Legion Award or whatever for service to France? What was Tom Brokaw doing for France? I'm just asking. The he who lives law refers to the individual whose life determines the duration of a life estate. It's a 7-year rule. Lady whoever said it was 70 years. Did she mistype or is she pulling some bullshit? I don't know. But it's a 7-year rule. If a person, maybe Pedro, but the English hate the French. Why are they using French? There's something there. I don't know. But anyway, if a person remained absent for 7 consecutive years without any proof of life, they could be legally presumed dead. I bet that helps with the chick's dagger. I bet it does. Legion d'Honneur, yeah. So if you're gone for 7 years, if John's gone for 7 years, then Mary can sell the stuff, put it in her name, so the government doesn't get it. You had to be gone for 7 years. We can't find you. You're gone for 7 years. You're dead. Now we can take care of business. So it allowed for legal recovery of property. Landowners, heirs could bring legal action to recover their property. And the judges were instructed to direct the juries to treat the missing person as dead. Get the life insurance, man. If, I don't want to use names because I don't want to put any mojo on anybody, but if John's married to Mary, John dies. John's got like a $500,000 life insurance policy. Mary can't prove that he didn't just run off with some other chick, but after 7 consecutive years of John being AWOL, then Mary can get the damn life insurance. It was a protection for claimants. The act safeguarded those who acted upon the presumption of death, allowing property to pass to heirs and allowing beneficiaries to get their money even if the person showed up 8 years later. Sorry, it's mine, bitch. It's too late. You're going to get worse, and I'm nicotining up. This is the reality versus the claim. And people that don't read the reality are making a lot of money off claims. So, let's bring it to the modern day. While the original act addressed practical issues of absentee tenants, some interpretations, particularly in alternative legal theories, I know the French for that, fucking bullshit, that's the French. How'd I do, Pedro? All right. Let me recenter. We're getting back to Late Night in the Heartland, Jeff, and yeah. particularly in alternative legal theory, suggests broader implications regarding the legal fiction and trust. When I look this way, I'm looking at the chat. So you know I got you. I'm watching you. Everybody's being very, very nice in the chat. I did pull out a couple of things because, thanks, Pedro. Pedro says I'm on with the French. And isn't it weird in the U.S., Pedro, I don't know if you know this or not, but when somebody cusses, they'll say, "Excuse my French." I don't know why. So they suggest broader implications. And that was abroad. So anyway, regarding legal fictions and trusts, though they're not part of mainstream legal practice. The Act primarily remains a historical statute illustrating how English law adapted to crises affecting property rights. In summary, the Oive Act of 1666 provided a legal framework for presuming death after a prolonged absence, enabling property owners to recover estates and ensuring continuity in land ownership during times of uncertainty. So let's bring it down to the modern day. Thank you, Family Plan. Hopefully, Cynthia's slumbering and she's not seeing this blatant display of old Jeff. So now we have the Presumption of Death Act of 2013, which came fully into force on October 1st of 2014. It changed the Oive Act. Thank you, Deborah. That's a great comment. So it created a single procedure covering all of a missing person's affairs. Under the 2013 Act, anyone can apply to the High Court for a declaration of presumed death. I am, Brandon. A declaration is granted if the court is satisfied that the missing person has died, or if they've been AWOL for at least 7 years. Once the declaration can no longer be appealed, it's conclusive for all purposes. The General Registry Office then issues a certificate of presumed death, which functions identically to an ordinary death certificate for legal and administrative purposes. Larry's being funny, I think. Larry, you're being funny, right? That's a joke. Larry says the legal system is righteous, period. Well, if you're a Christian that believes the Bible and Romans 10 says so, Larry is right. We shouldn't have retracted Larry's message on that one. That's okay. People are allowed to express their opinion. So this is the reality. Now, what happens if Dagger goes away for 8 years and wants to get his shit back? Well, the 2013 Act, okay, Larry, gotcha. The 2013 Act also addresses the scenario that the original 1666 Act anticipated. Dagger coming back after being AWOL. Comes back 8 years later. Anyone with an interest in the outcome can file a claim for a variation order asking the court to vary or revoke the declaration of presumed death. The application must be advertised in the newspaper. Maybe it's the internet now. And any affected person can intervene in the proceedings. Now, let's bring it from the UK. Sorry, Carmen and Pedro and those of you watching in the old country. Now we're going to bring it home to America. Let's talk about America. Love it or leave it. I'd probably leave it if there was someplace better to go. But as shitty as America is, it's still the best place around. And that's a statement in itself, isn't it? So, every U.S. state recognizes some form of the, what is this act called again? My bad. The 2013, what's it called? The 2013 presumption of death. Every American state recognizes some form of it. But the details vary, so check your state. While 7 years is the most common waiting period, I'm sorry, Lady Bullshit, whatever your name is, I'll call you Lady Bullshit. I mean, you got to have an easier name if you want people to buy your shit. But Lady Bullshit said it was 70. Sorry, Lady Bullshit. Every state recognizes some form of it. 7 years is the most common waiting period. But the Uniform Probate Code adopted a 5-year standard. Still a lot less than 70, Lady Bullshit. I'm sure she's a nice lady, and she's certainly invited to come on the D program and discuss this. And I won't call her Lady Bullshit when she's here, but I will until she is. So, Uniform Probate Code said it's 5 years. Other states have followed that shorter timeline. New York goes even further, requiring only 3 years of unexplained absence before a court will presume death. Maybe this is the answer, Steve. Maybe this is the answer to the reparations problem. You know, you got a lot of people in the black community. And let me first say that if you're trying to get reparations for slavery, my people, the Irish people, were the first people slaved before the Africans. So if we're going to do reparations, first slaved, first paid, where's my money? The Irish boy gets it before the black boy. It's just the way it is. Interesting historical note from Pedro. During the Templar campaigns, lots of them, lords and masters, disappeared, never came back. Requiring only 3 years of unexplained absence. So if the joke is black fathers, what's the definition of utter insanity? Father's Day in Atlanta. If you're one of our black friends, you got to admit that's funny. So, only 3 years in New York. Regardless of the waiting period, the requirements are consistent. The applicant must show that the continuous absence was unexplained. The person hadn't been heard from during the entire period. Send a text, Dagger. Just send a damn text. And a diligent search failed to turn up evidence they're still alive. Check their Instagram, check Facebook, check Snapchat, check Tinder, Grindr. What's the one that Theo made up? The Right Stuff. Check all that stuff. Get in line, says Carmen. But the presumption is always rebuttable. Evidence that the person had a reason to disappear voluntarily. Maybe Dagger had a good reason to go AWOL. Such as flee. Evidence that the person had a reason to disappear voluntarily, such as fleeing criminal charges or debts, can defeat the presumption entirely. We're talking about the reality. Now, let's make it even more real. VA and Social Security, Veterans Administration. Federal agencies. Oh, Tanhawk just showed up. Oh, bro. We're 4 hours and 9 minutes into this. You have to subtract a half hour for the warm-up music. But federal agencies apply their own versions of the presumption of death. And I have to say this, Dagger, not to make you jealous or anything, but Cynthia is bugging me to death. You got to go to the doctor. You got to get a PSA test. I don't want you to die of prostate cancer. You got to go to the VA. I don't like to go to the doctor. I just don't. But I went to the doctor. I went to the VA. First, I went to the big VA hospital in Kansas City. I'm thinking, oh my God, this is going to be horrible. I walked in there. I did get there at 6:30 in the morning. I was the third person in line for my blood tests. The place is freaking The place is freaking immaculate. All the people, it really is gigantic. All the people were super nice. The blood lady, the phlebotomist, reminds me of a joke. I got to tell it. I've been on here too long, but they're having show and tell, you know, what's your daddy do day at school. And little Tyrone gets up there first. Maybe it was Shaquille. It was Shaquille or Tyrone. They get up there and they say, no. Carmine went first. He's an Italian kid. And the teacher says, tell me what your dad does. No, who went first? Let's say Carmine went first. Sorry, it's late. So anyway, let me finish the veteran's story. So I was the third one in line. She took like 6 vials of blood from me. I wanted to chat a little more. She wasn't very chatty. She took it. It was beautiful. It was super galactic. You've been missing your music, bro. She was awesome. I was in and out less than half an hour. Then I got to go 2 days later to the other VA office to see the doctor. I'm like, oh, God, this is going to be bad. I walk into the doctor. I sign in. I tell Cynthia I'm here. And she says, I hope you don't have to wait long. And I'm literally, I wonder what they do with that blood. I'm literally texting her back, and I hear, Jeffrey Darty? I couldn't even text her back. I got in so fast. And the doctor walks in with a mask. I'm like, here we go. But he was freaking awesome, man. They're sending me some Zyrtec, sending me some vitamin D. Gonna send me my testosterone, so I don't have to buy it from Mexico anymore. Set me up to go see the eye doctor. Set me up to go to the urologist because I'm 62, right? And then he says, do you want to get a, what's the thing where they stick the tube up your ass and look around in there? What's that called? Somebody help me out in the chat room. What's that called? I remember my mom got one and she said, man, they stuck that thing up there. I thought it was so big. Thanks, Night Crave. So it's snot running down your mustache. But my mom said, they stuck that thing up there, and I felt like they could see all the way to Pluto. And I smiled. I said, no, Mom, they couldn't see any further than Uranus. Bam! Colonoscopy. It says, do you want a colonoscopy? And I'm like, does anybody ever say, yes, I want a colonoscopy? I'm like, no, I don't want a colonoscopy. So he gave me this little, they call it a fit kit. I don't know why they'd call it a fit kit, but basically you take a poo, and you take some of your poo and you put it in this little tube and you mail it back to the VA and they take it out and they test it. Can you imagine having that job? What are you doing today? What do you do can you imagine being out on do they still do speed dating? I remember back in the day I used to do this. I was a mofo at speed dating because I can cold read people just like that. I remember my first and last speed date. I take her out. Didn't really like her. But I was nice and sitting in front of my car. I drive her home, letting her out. And she says, well, do you want to have sex anyway? I'm like, get the hell out of my car, you whore. But anyway, that was my speed dating. So anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, the VA doctor was great. They're sending me all kinds of shit. And it's free 99. And now we come back to Donald Trump. It was in his first term. I was only in for a little over 6 years. And you usually didn't get that until it was 20, right, babe? 20 years in. So now I get free medical. And that's pretty freaking awesome. Because, I mean, I was paying for Zysol. I'm sure that's toxic too. I mean, I just drank a damn Coke Zero. I'm popping nicotine tablets like they're fucking Skittles, right? Dagger says, sounds like a keeper. And she was pretty hot, too. But I'm just figuring, Dagger, how many days has this bitch been on, and how many people is she? I just knew. My dad used to say if she had as many sticking in her, if she had as many sticking out of her, she had stuck in her, she'd look like a porcupine. So no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. Shirley, you didn't do the poo test? Come on, take one for the team. But they're gonna save me, I don't know, that's like $30 a month on Zysol, right? And I mean, that testosterone's not cheap. VA supplement. I'm using the nicotine so I don't eat chick pot pie. Super Galactic, you didn't see it, but I'm doing on Wednesday. Yeah, double bagger. If you're going to do a double bagger, what's the point? I'm not a condom guy. I'm just going to say it out loud, okay? If you got to put on a condom to have sex, now this is really getting loose. This is fun, huh? If you're going to put on a condom, it feels like, not that I ever have, but Dagger told me, it feels like you're screwing one of them rubber dolls. So what's the point, right? What's the point? And if you got to do double, it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. She's running out of stupid excuses. Yeah, nicotine is freaking awesome. I love it. I got these, and that's why I'm doing all this weird facial stuff. I don't have Tourette's or anything. I actually want, I was in the Air Force for 6 years. There's probably a Jeff clone. As frightening as that might be. I like the Zens better, but they're so freaking expensive, man. So, but now with the money I'm saving on Zysol, testosterone, what was the other one? Anyway, now I could afford to buy the damn... Dude, you don't want to play that pull-out game. It's called coitus interruptus. You know what they call people that practice coitus interruptus? Parents. You just can't do that, man. I mean, just a little dab will do you, a little drip, boom. Babies, you don't want it. But now, shit, I just bought a whole new... I got like 14 sleeves of these from Amazon for like $50 or something. As he sneaks another one. Now I'm double bagging, Dagger. For the record, I do cut them in half, so I'm not like popping in whole things. I'm popping in half at a time. And I'm not this sunburned. I got some color, but I adjust the light. Uh-oh. Just Cynthia saying, pull up now. Who is it? Oh, I got emails from Dagger here. Didn't look at him, Dagger. I'll look at him later. So anyway, now I can afford the Zens. Now I can afford the Zens with the money I'm saving. And Donald Trump makes it all possible. So anyway, Super Galactic, on Wednesday, not your normal midweek service, we're going to do the Trump conundrum. I don't even know anymore, guys. I don't even know. So anyway, VA is great. So the Department of Affairs 7-year rule codified in federal statute. The VA explicitly states that no state law on the presumption of death applies to the VA benefit. Oh, they gave me living will, NDR. Just got to fill it out. And if I can just turn it back in, and they will honor it. But if I get it notarized, then I can, it'll be good for everybody. We got to take a little quick break, and then we will come on back. And since Super Galactic got in here, I'm going to play my favorite one again just because I freaking like it. It reminds me of Billy Idol. Got to take a quick break. We'll be right back, and we'll wrap this up, I promise. And we'll open up the phones if anybody's still interested. Jeffrey Daugherty, Late Night in the Heartland, birth certificates. Bam!
operation. Softly poured while blind to what you already were.
He didn't give,
He took away sight,
turned wholeness into hunger.
truth into a fight. You were already caught before the fracture, before the cost.
No chains, no throne to climb above.
You were already gone. You were already free. No need for eyes to make you see.
The lie was left, the root, the seed.
You were already.
Vision born the moment that you chose to see through eyes that measured high and low. Good and evil carved into the mind. A prison built from knowledge undefined.
You traded being for the need to know. A shattered mirror is the world you hold. Now every shadow whispers you're not whole.
But that illusion is the greatest.
Who taught you? You were empty.
Who taught you you were
Who
small?
taught you to forget yourself?
And call that a fall.
You didn't rise. You descended into division. You didn't gain. You accepted limitation. The fruit was not power. It was perception fractured. You were already gone. Before the fracture, before the cost.
No chains, no throne to climb above.
You were already gone. You were already whole. No missing piece, no distant goal.
The lie was written in your doubt.
Now tear it up. Remember. Return. You were already.
And we're back. I'm glad that the camera wasn't on. You can see me doing all that crazy shit. Supergalactic, drop your, no, I don't work tomorrow. Drop your link so I don't have to do it. Okay. So, it's not a 70-year thing. It's a 7-year thing. And we talked about the VA. We talked about the whore. We talked about a lot of stuff. So, okay. I'm not really this red, Shirley. It's just the light I got adjusted. Okay, so moving on. The Social Security Administration also follows a similar 7-year framework. And if the missing person, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, the OIV Act, the Living Whatever Act. Let's talk about some common misconceptions that I know a lot of you love, but I mean, are you mad at me because I'm telling you the truth? And all you have to do is look this up. Jordan could have looked this up. Okay, I'll tell you why I have a bad taste in my mouth about Jordan Maxwell, okay? I'll tell you. Because it's late. Jordan Maxwell was going to come on the show, back in the day when we had like 100,000 subscribers. So Jordan was going to come on. Then he sends me this email and says, I'll only come on if you pay me $500. I'm like, dude, I'm not paying you $500. I wouldn't pay Jesus $500. So anyway, that's why I got a little bit of bad taste in my mouth about Jordan Maxwell. Plus, I saw him doing the Masonic handshake with, what's his name? Not Van Daniken, but the other guy, Sitchin. I'm like, wow, man, wow. So anyway, that's the thing about Jordan. I'm sure he was a nice guy, but he might have been a little, might have had a strong profit motive. Can I say that? I shouldn't have said this shit. I can't stay on this long anymore. So anyway, this is the reality, folks. The OIV Act, I'm going to sneeze, has become one of the, see the Zyzol's wearing off. Okay. So, the OIV Act of 1666 has become one of the most misrepresented statuses on the internet. A persistent set of conspiracy theories claims that the act created a secret trust over every living person. You're collateral, but it's not a secret trust, whose labor and assets are pledged as collateral, which is true, that individuals can reclaim their sovereignty and get paid for it by filing certain documents invoking the act. None of this has any basis. I'm also megadosing creatine now, 10 grams. I mean, I'm biohacking, folks. I'm doing the psilocybin microdose. I'm doing, what am I doing? The nicotine. I'm doing microdose and some other stuff I'm not going to talk about. And yeah, biohacking. And it's pretty cool. So anyway, none of this has any basis in the legal system. Bless you. I like that, Carmen. The Act's text is publicly available. I found it. I'm not the smartest guy in the room, and I'm the only guy in this room. Other than Rooney. Rooney, do you have a birth certificate? I'm not using it for muscle, although when you get old, supposedly if you megadose it, a lot of guys are doing, maybe girls, 40, 50 grams. No, I'm doing 10 grams. That's my mega dose, doing 10 grams. I do have electrolytes with the creatine. Thank you, chick. That's great advice. But I'm doing it because my mom's got Alzheimer's. My dad died of Alzheimer's. My mom will. It's just a fact. So it's shown to be great brain health. Same with the psilocybin. Same with keto. So yeah, we're going to get into all this at some point. Yeah, he doesn't need it. It is good for brain function. Thank you, Family Plan. That's why I'm doing it. I mean, we're 4 hours and 31 minutes, officially over 4 hours of deprograms. This is the longest one ever, right? And did you notice the Freudian slip? I said late night in the heartland. It's really not, but it is. So the act is publicly available. We're reading it. And we read it, and I think I got it in the next slide. It deals exclusively with the narrow problem of land tenure when a life tenant disappears. It does not create trust over people. It does not assign financial value to birth certificates. I wish it did. They do assign, what was it, $10 to $17 million of a lifetime worth of a human being in the United States, but it's just for collateral so they can borrow, baby. Night Crave, check this out. I just found your channel 15 minutes ago. Instant subscribe. Thank you so much. Damn, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Sorry to hear you have head injuries, Dagger. I hope you've never experienced an injury during head, either giving or receiving, though. That's my hope for you, my brother. My brother. So anyway, it doesn't create trust over people. It does not assign financial value to birth certificates. The 10 to 17 million is just what they can use you as collateral for. You can't get the damn money. It has nothing to do with admiralty law, and we're going to touch on that. The Federal Reserve or personal sovereignty. Courts in multiple countries have rejected these arguments whenever they've been raised. Anyone that encounters these theories, caveat emptor. It has no recognized standing in any court of law. And here's the actual damn act itself. Lady Bullshit could have read this. She did not. Maybe she did and she was trying to make a buck. I don't know. I really don't know. Somebody said watch Carrie Cassidy's latest video. I love Carrie Cassidy. You know, she went through that whole thing where she got kicked off. It's her only income. You know, we'll leave it at that. So, here's the actual act. The C'est La Vie Act. Living Person Act, whatever it's called. Yes, we are getting a little delirious and it's fun. I like it. I'm going to take another one. What the hell? I can sleep when I'm dead. Here's the actual act. And it's written in Old English. So, let's read the actual act, okay? How about that? I'm really not trying to piss you guys off. I used to try to do that, but I don't do it anymore. I'm just trying to help you. Give you something to think about. An act for redress of inconveniences by want of proof of the deceases of persons beyond the seas. Got nothing to do with a boat. Got nothing to do with a birth canal. Got nothing to do with your mama's womb is water. Your mama's vajayjay is a birth canal. Got nothing to do with that. What it meant is beyond the seas, these bitches were leaving England and going overseas. They were going overseas, absenting themselves, upon whose lives estates doth depend. Recital that oives have gone beyond the sea. They went over friggin' seas. They went to the colonies. Wherever they went, we can't find them, whether they're alive or dead. Many have gone, like Pedro says, for one or more years, determinable, blah, blah, blah. So this is made so if Sir Mary or Sir John disappears, poor Lady Mary isn't going to lose the castle to the asshole Lord next door because John's gone. After 7 years, and we'll get to that, unless you can prove their death, it's impossible to recover your shit. So this is what it was for. They all went to Jerusalem. And this is the actual act. And this is still the actual act. It says remaining beyond sea for 7 years together and no proof of their lives. 7 freaking, they all went to Australia. They were crooks. Not you, Carmen, but you know. Oh, the gong. Oh, that would be awesome. I got it in the closet over here. So, if you've been gone for 7 years, Lady Mary needs the deed to the damn castle. She's going to lose it or have to give up her virtue to dumbass Lord want to stick me next door. So it created the ability to say, Dagger's been gone for 7 damn years. I need the life insurance. The space of 7 years. Where did Lady Bullshit get 70? The space of 7 years is sufficient and evident proof that bitch is dead legally. He shall be accounted as naturally dead, and in every action brought for the recovery of the said tenements, the judges shall direct the jury to say, bitch is dead. So that's what it was for. Do I got more? That's what the damn thing was for, folks. I know dare I say this is the straw that breaks the straw man's back. Boom. Remember, I'm just trying to give you the truth. I'm trying to give you data that you can decide whether it's truth or not. Truth. So, 1666, Great Plague, Great Fire. All right? Many deaths and disappearances. Lady Mary couldn't get the deed to the castle because Lord John went who the hell knows where. And she doesn't want to lose the castle and have to go live like a peasant. Have to sell her virtue or something, right? So it provided a legal mechanism to resolve. It's 1112 in the heartland. It gave her a legal mechanism to resolve property disputes caused by prolonged absences. But, folks, that's the truth. Oh, it's 11:11. Oh, my God. It's so spiritual. Oh, my God. So, some interesting observations that just happen to support what I put forward here today. Again, thanks to Dagger for a lot of this info. Thanks to Colleen for a lot of this info. Thanks to Randall Hilburn for a lot of this info. And thanks to Cynthia for being down here for over 20 hours putting this together. And I got to tell you, I got, I'm doing basically 1 meal a day keto, and I had like a crash. And then Dagger, I made a mistake. I didn't realize I love John Tortorella, hockey coach. My 2 favorite teams are the Tampa Bay Lightning and whoever is John Tortorella's coaching. And I try to get rid of, I don't watch hockey anymore. I just watch the highlights. It's, they've ruined sports. But Dagger, you'll appreciate this. It's just you and me, Dagger. I watched for about an hour, John Tortorella rants. Oh my God, it was so funny. But my blood sugar was crashing. I hadn't eaten. I was getting all pissed off. And I'm like, this is, again, I shouldn't be saying this, but I'm like, why in the hell? I think it's been a few years since listening, like when you were first getting together with Cynthia. That's almost 8 years, baby. I fucking love Torts. And I met him a couple times. Such an awesome dude. So I'm hoping for a lightning Golden Knights Stanley Cup. He was fucking awesome. Shut your yap! But anyway, where was I going with that? Oh, blood sugar was crashing. I worked in 20 hours on this thing. I'm like, why the fuck am I even doing this? Nobody, I mean, we're blowing up here with people watching. My subscribers are dropping. I'm like, how the hell does that happen? And I'm like, why am I doing this? They're crushing me. I can't get any traction. Why the hell am I doing this? I should go do something else. And then I get on here and I get texts and I get emails, and you guys are freaking awesome. I truly do love you, and the only reason I'm doing this is for you, and because somebody's got to do it. It's not what I do, it's who I am. And I mean, sometimes I get really pissed off. I'm like, why the fuck am I even here? But tonight reminds me, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Divine Spark, 10 years. Shirley, thanks so much. So, anyway, some interesting observations that just happen to support with what we put forward here today. I mean we, because it's been a group effort. The act was enacted in 1666, which just happens to align perfectly with the biblical 666, yeah, Jama, for sure. The biblical 666 and the establishment of rules for Abrahamic monetary policy. And it also just happens to align perfectly with the fact that at least 2, maybe 3 of the 12 apostles, who were all Abrahamic anyway, were also tax collectors. I would miss you, Smoochie. Are also tax collectors. And Jesus' probably his biggest financial supporter was the head of the freaking Jewish IRS, Zacchaeus. Climbed up the tree, remember? He climbed up the tree and Jesus said, come down from that tree. You're the head of the IRS. I want a good meal. So, man, what the hell? So it aligns perfectly with that. And again, if you had 2 out of 12 disciples, that's 16.66%. I think Tracy left because I quit yelling at people and calling them stupid and stuff. Some people miss that crazy yelling and screaming Jeff. I don't know. We miss Tracy, though. And it also just happens to align with the Federal Reserve Board and the income tax alignment with the 5th commandment. Remember, they were both enacted in 1913. You add that up, it's a 5. Exodus 20 and 12 is a 5, which also happens to be the 5th commandment, which says, honor your father and mother so you'll have long life in this land that the Lord stole for you. It says gave to you. And obviously, who's your father and mother now? According to Romans 10, the government's your daddy. So it also happens to align with that. I found that interesting. And we got to tread lightly here. The Great Plague, the Black Plague in London. Yeah, Tracy pops in every now and then. Many of you understand the actual occulted or hidden theories, largely proven by art and literature of the day, of a very specific Abrahamic, and that reminds me, I got to check Twitter. They're not publishing my deprograms anymore, and they're set up to be, so got to see what the hell's going on with that. So with the Great Plague, many of you do understand the actual occulted theories or hidden theories, largely proven by art and literature of the time, of a very specific Abrahamic-related cause for the plague and the ultimate seed group of every Abrahamic religion who were mysteriously immune to the plague. I find that very interesting. Does anybody else see? I think that's kind of weird. But wait, there's more. Because remember, there was the Great Fire, too. The Great Fire of London. Many of you, thank you, Nightgrave. Many of you understand the actual occulted, which means hidden theories, again, largely proven by art and literature of the day, of very specific Abrahamic-related causes for the Great Fire of London. That the ultimate seed group of every Abrahamic religion were not only responsible for it, but they were also largely untouched by the Great Fire of London. Also consider the Great Fire of Rome, same Abrahamic-related cause, same seed group, and also the Library of Alexandria being burned down. That was likely the second Abrahamic group. Just consider that for historic perspective. And we're actually winding down. Because many have said that the Great Fire of London was actually blamed on religious terrorism and that it was arson. Arson. The Smithsonian Magazine, not the lady bullshit website, Instagram, whatever. This is the Great Fire of London. Smithsonian Magazine is the one that said the Great Fire of London was blamed on religious terrorism. Great Fire of London, maybe you recognize this. The destruction of Jerusalem in AD 70 by our gallant ancestors. Heathen Rome. So I have to wonder, was the Great Fire of London, was it a act of revenge for the Great Fire of Jerusalem? I'm just asking. I'm going to take one more, and that's it. I'm cutting myself off. I think I heard Cynthia stirring. I'm just asking questions and questioning answers, because that's what we do around here. Makes me wonder. So a little bit deeper into the Smithsonian article, Smithsonian Magazine. I know they're hiding a lot of shit. For some reason, they're talking about this. Why scores of Londoners thought the fire of 1666 was all part of a nefarious Catholic conspiracy. Well, if you name the Catholics, you don't get called an anti-dentite. Any Seinfeld fans? If you say it was the Catholics, you don't get called an anti-dentite. But, and I don't like the dentist either. But even if it was Catholic, it's still Abrahamic, right? The rumors spread that the blaze that engulfed London for 5 days, I find that interesting, 5 days, in September 1666. Hang in there, Divine, I'm almost done. You know, Dagger says the Smithsonian would be just as interesting as the Vatican. I sent Jericho an email the other day. I lost his phone number when I changed phones. That kind of sucked. But that the Fire of London was no accident, but it was deliberate arson, an act of terror, the start of a battle. Because historical perspective is that England was at war with both the Dutch and the French, Pedro's ancestors, and that the fire was a softening of the city ahead of an invasion, or, I can't believe Smithsonian wrote this, that the invaders were already here, whoever they were. You know who they were. They just don't want to say it. Maybe it was the Catholics who had plotted the downfall of the Protestant nation. Any way you add it up, it still equals Abrahamic. Was it the first Abrahamics? You know who that was. Was it the second Abrahamics? You know, you can't see me. Was it the second Abrahamics? Or was it the third Abrahamics? We don't know. But we do know it was the damn Abrahamics. But wait, there's more. Because Carl's Substack, don't know who Carl is. I was going to subscribe to his Substack. He wants $11. I just subscribed to somebody else's. I'll probably do it. Oh, that's right. I'm saving money. I can get the Zens instead of the lozenges. Maybe I will subscribe to Carl's Substack. What does your church do with your information? Good one, Super Galactic. So Carl just comes out. Carl ain't playing like the Smithsonian. Whoever they were, well, Carl opines that they were the Dutch first Abrahamics. Oh, that's right, Pedro, I forgot. Pedro reminds us he lives in France. He married a French lady. French ladies are sexy. Who wouldn't? Cynthia is mainly Italian. I say that just because it bothers her. See, there's still some bad Jeff. But, yeah, French chicks are sexy. Good job. Pedro, let me give you an air 5. What's that called? An air fist bump? Boom. Okay. So Carl says, Vive la France. It was the first ones that started the Great Fire of London. And he does offer some rather interesting evidence. The Great Fire of London, one of the most significant events in the capital of the British Empire. It followed a huge plague epidemic, which we've already talked about. The proposed source of that had to do with poisoning of wells, and that none of those first Abrahamics died in it, even though, 70%, or my numbers are bad, but like half the population died. They don't shave their armpits? Oh, hell no. We got to have a talk about that. I'm going to tell another story I shouldn't have. It wasn't a speed day, but it came from somewhere. Really good-looking lady. She disrobed, and it wasn't her armpits, but something else was like a jungle. I'm like, nah, I can't do that. Offered her the opportunity to excuse herself and do some personal grooming. She refused, so she had to hit the road. But anyway, see the things you start, Shirley, you're bad influence. Bad influence. So anyway, it followed a huge plague epidemic which killed 100,000 people, but none of these original Abrahamics, and none of the original Abrahamics, according to Carl, died in the fire either. Oh, dude, what happened here? How did you mess that up? But I did. I forgot to take these off the back. I told you 20 hours, pissed off, low blood sugar. The second is that at least 15th century... Okay, let me start again. The second is that since at least the 15th century, Carl, you need what's those called? An editor, proofreader. Since at least the 15th century, the Marrano community, those that hide their original Abrahamic seed, of which the majority of the Dutch original Abrahamics, were either descended from or knew well, were deeply involved in international espionage. Oh, say it isn't so. Some things never change. So they were fighting England. They were known to be Rabbi Laitman type espionage agents. And the third, Dagger, I'm not going to comment. Let me do a John Tortorella. No comment. I'm not going to answer your question. The third is that in 1666, it's also the year that the huge Jewish messianic movement of Sabbatai Zevi swept through the world, and it didn't leave the Jews in England untouched in its wave of hysteria. In other words, and I'm just reading from Carl, the original Abrahamics believed that their Messiah in the person of Zevi had arrived, and as such, their time of diaspora, being everywhere else, was at the end, and soon that they would rule the world as the earth. They'd rule the earth as Yahweh's divine priesthood from Jerusalem. And add to that, and I looked in Robert Seffer's amazing book, 1666, Redemption Through Sin. You got to get it. You got to read it. I got it on the shelf. And I made Robert mad one day. Don't remember how. I think he was in the chat, and somehow we got in I must have misread it. He said something about Noah's Ark, and I'm like, you don't believe in that, do you? And he got mad. And then I called him. I questioned his heritage and why he wasn't more forthcoming about it. But I apologize to Robert, and I apologize again. And he's welcome here anytime. Also, the fire was way, way, way away from their synagogue, and none of their shit got burned. I didn't find it in my quick perusal of the book, but that might be one of the facts he left out. And when you have a people that live in London and they believe they're about to rule the world because their Messiah has showed up, they have deep material interest in the Dutch war effort and compose the majority of espionage agents for the belligerent parties, as well as the fact that their own synagogue was a long way from where the fire started, and they were very unlikely to be damaged in the conflagration, which ain't easy to say after almost 5 hours on the air. It's almost incredible, like impossible. This is the longest deprogram I've ever done, and you don't have to leave, don't have to stay, but I hope you do. It would be almost incredible, or well nigh impossible, that the Dutch Jews were not responsible for the arson, if indeed that is, if it really was arson. It doesn't make any sense that it wasn't them, or at least there's some compelling evidence to... You haven't been paying attention, Vom. There's no Jew hatred here. This is just history, bro. And, you know, we appreciate you weighing in, but, you know, just be... It's not... We don't... What is a sin? Your book defines sin, and we don't care. It's just that simple. Trying to be nice to you, don't push your luck, or you won't be able to come back anymore. So it's a lot of crazy stuff, right? A lot of crazy stuff going on. So who's responsible in the opinion of Carl's Substack? Who's responsible? The likeliest candidates would be the Dutch original Abrahamics. No one else had the ability, multiple motives, and were conveniently largely untouched by the fire, and suspiciously, in the mind of an objective researcher, I'm with you, Alden, also mysteriously untouched by and large by the plague that killed 100,000 people. You can't handle the truth. Coming down here in your faggoty white uniforms. I am the soldier on the wall. Anyway. They were largely untouched by the fire. Get the book, Robert Seffer, 1666. And believe it or not, folks, we went through 164 slides. I think I'm going to turn this into a book, a paperback, which will be available very, very soon. Well, since my voice is gone, but look, I still got a bunch of, what do I got in here? Got a little boron, got some creatine, got some electrolytes. That's my last of a gallon of water today. So, Oh, thanks, Beard. It wasn't too bad right away. Robert Seffer. Great. No, 164 slides, Alden. So, that is it. That is it. Let me see if I wanted to touch on anything else. I did get some super awesome emails. See if I can hit on one or two of those. And then we'll get out of here. We went over 5 hours. That's good. Let's see. Dagger. Watch out for your children in public restrooms. Dave Chappelle and Oprah. What else? There's no Mandela effect? Wow. Is there one more here that I wanted to show? There was one I wanted to hit on that somebody sent to me. Oh. What does this say? Oh, this is kind of interesting. We'll throw this in. Just going to throw this in real quick. February 2025, Donald Trump signs an executive order to eliminate paper straws. You'll see this again in the Trump conundrum. Does he really want to eliminate paper straws within the federal government, or is he talking about eliminating the straw man farce? Just wondering. Humans ingest roughly 5 grams of microplastics weekly. Oh, I guess what she's saying, yeah, the plastic isn't so safe either. So is he talking about getting rid of like the straw man theory and breaking it out? Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. So is it code? I don't know. Maybe it's code. All right, we're going to go ahead and end this thing. I don't want to do it. But coming up on Wednesday, I'm going to show you this one more time. Oh, you're getting a look behind the scenes, aren't you? This comes up Wednesday. This is what I was talking about, Super Galactic. The Trump conundrum. I don't know. Straws suck. That's why they got rid of glass and started using plastic. All right. Okay, D. Vom. You did it to yourself. I'm going to put you in timeout. Ooh, I got a metal straw too. I got to dig that baby out somewhere, man. Because those are good. I like them. All right. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye, Pedro. I mean, what can you say about this shit, right? So I just want to remind you, after the longest deprogram we've ever had, 5 hours and 4 minutes, we did do a, why would he bother with straws, which is what Colleen is saying. Why bother with straws? Is he getting at something else? So, please remember you're divine, you're sovereign, you're free. Are you really going to say that to me on my show? Guess what? No, you're not. We got a lot of people here, and the chat is banging. I hate to leave, but I'm taking that one out. I do remember the crazy straws. Those were freaking awesome. So you're divine, you're sovereign, you're free. At least I think that you are. Call in Wednesday. I'm not going to do that tonight. You're divine, you're sovereign, you're free. You might want to consider whether you want to continue to be on bended knee to somebody else's savior. You're part of the last generation of real humans. You don't ask me what that means anymore. Now you know. And this world, I promise you, is going to be better than it's ever been, even sooner than you can imagine, because we're waking up to who we are. We're figuring out that we're already gods. We're divine, sovereign, and free. We're going to win. The enemy is on the run. And we've got some retribution coming our way. My mom wouldn't buy me Crazy Straw. She worried that it wouldn't get cleaned. Valid. Thanks so much for being part of the longest deep program we've ever had. I felt like all that information needed to be blasted out. I'll chop it up into sections, put it out, and I'm so just... Sarah Shirley, not only did she not have a damn crazy straw, she never had a slip and slide. Wow. So, be encouraged. It looks bad, but we're going to win. And we got some retribution coming our way. I'm going to sit here and read some chat. And that's it, folks. Appreciate you. I really do love you. I used to think that was so cheesy when bros used to say that, but I do love you. And you make my life better. And thank you for letting me be a part of your life. And you're a big part of my life. And, you know, I've been doing some gratitude stuff every night. I say, list some things I'm grateful for. And I've got tens of thousands of people who love me. And that gets me through some really tough times. Thank you, Nightcrave. You're welcome, Capricorny. I'm Jeffrey Daugherty, the Christian Whistleblower. I'm saluting you for being here, seeking after truth. You're a hell of a group. We're going to win. Don't you dare give up. Because the wealth of the wicked is being laid up for the just. And that's us. Please like, please share, please subscribe. And I'll see you Wednesday, if not sooner. Dagger is asshole's first thing that came to my mind. No. Dagger is an inspiration. Going through a lot of shit. Doesn't bitch and moan very much. Keeps pressing. Steve keeps pressing. Winners never quit. Quitters never win. Spitters are quitters. But I don't think we got any spitters here. And with that, get ready for your retribution. Love you too, Super Galactic. Love your work. You're crushing it. Keep it coming. And I'll keep playing it. I don't know how I can help you. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know how to do it, but let me know. You're an inspiration as well. And remember Joe Sapiens? Love Joe Sapiens. He's an awesome dude. We did some good stuff. Okay, now you're just going to get banned for good. Everybody wave bye-bye. It's been a long time since we banned a bitch. D-D-E-V-A-M. Everybody say, well, bye. You're banned. Forever. Where's the hide user on this channel? Bye. All right. Let's light it up. Trump Conundrum Wednesday. Boom. Bam, roasted.
Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want